Is this okay? I was like, please don't be the day. Don't be the day. Don't be the day that my microphone stops working. Please, not today of all days where I'm already late. Wouldn't be a big deal. I just have to switch to my headset and noise might be stinkier. But alas. Hello! Hello! Hello, 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 Lucy, hello, Lucy, and hello, Ebo, Awabu, Ebo.
I love you.
Hello, baby. Ebo, baby. Yo. So, who else we got? Citrus. I saw you shaking your booty up in here. Hello, hello. Hello, Isuma. I see celery. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers picked. Peter Piper picked. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Where's the pick? A peck of pickled peppers. Peter Piper picked. That's a different one. I used to do Peter Piper pecked a pick. Peter Piper pecked a pickled peppers. How many pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick? Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, and then something I forget. And then there's also how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? I can say that one really fast because that one was my favorite one to say. Let's see how fast I can say it. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Look, I broke my bridger. They were like, "Oh, you're going too fast. I can't keep up." Here, let's go slow. I'm full of beans, if you haven't realized. I got distracted cleaning my apartment because I was told that my mother and my brother was going to come visit on Wednesday, and I was feeling lazy yesterday and the day before. So I kind of pushed laundry back. I don't know if anyone relates. I saw you forgot to pour your pink for reply. Oh, how dare! How dare! No, I'm just kidding. You're good, cutie. You're good. You're totally fine. I also spent $120. Was it good pizza? If it wasn't like heart-stoppingly amazing pizza, best pizza you've ever eaten in your entire life, I'd write a review and be like, this is too expensive. This is too expensive. I ate 3 slices and now I feel. That's how I feel right now. I was gonna say I don't think I've ever been so full before stream before. I was like looking in the fridge and I was like, I'm so hungry. What's there to eat? And then I found leftovers and I was like, fuck yeah. And then I ate them all up. Nom, 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 nom. So I basically practically ate dinner for lunch. So we had dunch. I don't know. It's brunch, but dunch. I don't know. Early dinner. Hello, beautiful, talented, wonderful, amazing Bumble, who I def was not giving more snark in your Discord about when you'd start. Listen, Webby, you can give me all the snark because you reminded me to do laundry, and you're like, start laundry, and I told you I was going to, and then I didn't, and then you were like, Bumble, and I was like, I know, Webby. And then look what happened. You were right. So you know what? You can give me snark. You can snarky snark. No. You can give your comment and hold me instead. I like that instead. That's a good trade. Weekend Lazy. It was an extra large stuffed crust Alfredo pizza with steak, mushrooms, chicken, and pepperoni. Oh, that does sound tasty. That sounds so good. Was like the steak Wagyu, because I still don't know why it was $120. It's a big pizza. I think the most I've spent on like pizza is like maybe $60. That's usually because it's like 2 pizzas and then you order like an add-on or whatever. The more expensive part was 3 other pizzas for rest of. Oh, that makes sense. I was like thinking one pizza was like $120, and I was like, you must have gone to a super, super fancy restaurant where like you go to the restaurant and then the price ends up being more expensive at the end, and you're like, oh, this would be embarrassing if I told you that this is not what I expected. But if it was like 4 pizzas, that makes sense. Because we ordered 2 pizzas and it comes to like $60. Mine itself was like $30, custom, not on menu. Oh, do you not have like a build your own pizza option? Or is that why it was? Because it was the build your own pizza. Sounds like you might have paid menu prices instead of coupons. Yeah, I always get like the 2 for. Oh, and Kush is at a 50 stream streak too. Holy cracker jacks. Y'all are dedicated. Y'all are dedicated. Holy. Oh, 50. That's 50. Buddy, that's actually kind of crazy. It's actually kind of crazy. Like when streaks get up that high, it's like, bro, I've had streaks that high with some streamers, and that's because I like actively go out of my way to like make sure I know their stream times and catch every stream because they're like my new television show. That's impressive. Y'all make me blush because I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, that means you actively go out of your way to make sure you're here pretty much every single time, whether you're lurking or participating. I appreciate you guys so much. You guys so sweet. I'm okay. Ah! Alright, we're here. I'm still here. That was when your stream started? Oh no, after the coupons it was 98, but I would have paid. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Sev stream. I feel like the same way about Sev streams. I try to catch Sev's every single time. I got so scared because usually she ends sooner, and I was like, oh no, I missed her Sunday stream. I missed her Sunday stream. I missed it, Chippy. And then I checked Twitch, and it was still there, and I was like, oh. I was like, thank goodness. I was like, thank goodness I made this because I was so excited for it. She did such a good job. Y'all, if you haven't followed Sev, because if you know, goblins and things, Sevlore is like super. She just did her Chippy debut like yesterday. And like I have to like shout her out and like preach because like, dude, that was like her second rigged model. And there was so much she did to it. It was so impressive. It was so cute. It just reminded me of like I kept saying it, but it reminded me of like the little Chucky doll model in like the movies where it's like so cute. It's so cute. Thank you, Abby. I appreciate it. If you like people who just have like a heckin' cool personality and then also play horror games, because like she's really horror focused, give them a follow. Also, I'm like 99% sure, like if not 100% of all her assets and stuff are like all done by her, which is crazy. I love it. I love it. I'm still sad Tonkatsu Ramen caught on in America. My username is now outdated. Why is it outdated? Which one's Tonkatsu Ramen? Is that I just eat food. I'm really bad at remembering what it's called. Hakata Ramen is Tonkatsu Ramen. Oh. I just remember, I remember Ichiban ramen. I ate a lot of Ichiban ramen growing up, and I don't think they really have it anymore. I think they replaced it with like Mr. Noodles, which is like, bruh, not as good. Thank you. Hello, Kiwi. It's good to see you. Is Bon like bonbon? Oh, well then. Ichiban. I think it's because we called it itchy band because we were like kids. And then I think we found out it's called itchy bon. And then my mom my mom would be like, "You want some itchy bum? You want some itchy bum?" And we'd always have itchy bum noodles, which is like kind of might offend some people, but like we were kids and it was like a fun thing to say. So like fuck off. So now every once in a while I go itchy bum noodles and people are like, "What?" And I'm like, "I know I'm saying it wrong, just fuck off. It's funny, haha, just don't think about it." My mom's great. That's probably where a good chunk of my humor came from. Cause like also when the trees would lose their leaves, she'd say that the trees were getting naked. So I'm like, look, naked trees. Cause they're naked trees. Sassy. They took their leaves off. They are naked. Naked tree. Yeah, and I got in trouble at school for that. And then she went into school and like reamed the principal out and the teacher out. And she was like, just because naked, she's like, naked is not like inherently a sexual word. My kid is saying the tree is naked. The fact that you are turning it sexual makes you fucking pervs. Fuck you. And she bit their heads off, and then I continued to say it. It is true. Like, what the fuck? I know I went to a Catholic school, but like, naked is not a bad word. Naked's not a bad word. It's how you use it. It's just like every word. It's how you use it in context. There's some words that like you honestly shouldn't say just because like I don't think in any context they'd be appropriate. But like generally percentage, I want to say like 97% of words are just like how you use them contextually is how they are like offensive or not. Yeah, there are words that are inappropriate and that no matter what context, probably never good to say. But for the most part, moist bread does not mean horny wet bread, unless it does. But usually, I don't think it's going to. I don't think for the most part, I'm pretty sure it's not going to. So yeah. This bread, super horny, delicious. Would like some more. Would you like your muffin buttered? Would you like your bread horny and wet? And you're like, "What?" Yes. Yes, I would. Sometimes. I get it now, right? Yeah. It's all in the context. It's contextual. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Okay, let me grab I hate it because my chair keeps getting more and more squeaky as days go on. There's not even anything I could do about it. Stinkers. I want my bread smothered and covered like my Waffle House hash browns. God, that sounds so good. I could have like fucking... I've been thinking about like pancakes recently. Like really big, thick, fluffy pancakes. So good. So good. I haven't been in IHOP, but like I feel like I want some IHOP pancakes. IHOP or Denny's. Denny's is usually really good because their hash browns are pretty fire, but IHOP has like they usually have custard pancakes, which I'm such a fucking God, I can't. If I thank goodness I'm not a millionaire. If I had too much money, I would spend, I feel like, a good chunk of money on food that was not good for me. You know, but the reason I don't is because food's expensive. Food is so expensive. Food being expensive is what keeps me skinny, for real. Somebody told me that a very special good girl was streaming today. Sean, hello. Hello, Hellspawn, hello. love. Thank you for head patties. Thank you for holding me. Thank you for head rubs, ear rubs. I love it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm glad I don't have money. I have such shitty spending practices. I have like decent spending practices. I could be like a little bit better, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. I feel like you deserve to treat yourself every once in a while because I used to be like super, super, super strict and like not do fucking anything, not fucking do anything until like this was what I was using my money for. And like honestly, it was kind of miserable. It was like, why the fuck am I even like doing? So like you have to find a balance. It was a balance of like saving for things that you know you have to, and then like spending on yourself. Because you deserve things. Life is hard and you deserve snacks. You posted the song you were referencing in memes chat. Okay. Streaking right now. I see that. You got 5 stream streak. We got 2 50s and a 5. I didn't miss one, did I? Let me double check. I got it. Sometimes I look away because I'm reading things. 2 5s. 2 5s, 2 50s. 2 55s. 10 10s on your titties, bro. Hear me out, okay? Instead of that, I spoil my friends and buy some art instead of foods. That's why I'm like, there's so many things I think I'd spend my money on, but honestly, I don't know. Unless I'm like Jeff Bezos or like who's the guy who owns Windows? Bill Gates, right? Bill Gates. Is that his name? Or am I thinking of some random guy? The super rich dude who like couldn't spend the amount of money he has in his pockets in his entire lifetime unless he actively like tried his fucking hardest. I don't know, dude. I don't know how they just hold on to money. I'm like, you have so much money, why does it even matter? Just buy your friends stuff, but then you probably just have rich friends who just buy themselves things. Go make some poor friends. If you're a rich person, go make some poor friends. I don't want to call like go make some friends who are just are like poor because life is hard and you know they work hard and life just doesn't give them stuff. And you know what? Spoil them. Spoil them. I firmly believe that like life gives you what you give out. So like if you spoil people, like act like not over the top, like take care of yourself and still save and stuff, but like actively, like if you got money, like just like help some people that you love out for real. You don't even need a fucking reason. Just be like, I love you. Here you go. Yeah. I don't know. Just burning a hole in my pocket. He invented it, doesn't own it anymore. Yeah, I thought he probably sold it. They've been doing a lot of stupid, weird shit lately that I feel like, I don't know, he'd be smart enough not to do. I straight up forget to eat sometimes, so I think food might be the better option for me. Yeah. That's why I'm glad I live with, a chef. And like honestly, my other roommate, I'm pretty sure his mom owns a restaurant, so like he'll come home with like leftovers or like food to like just like food to like eat. So like I definitely would I'm so bad at eating. I have such goldfish brain even with like my medication. I have such bad. Technically, my medication makes it easier for me not to eat because like even though it helps me focus, I like hyper focus, and then I know technically it can be like it can cause meal suppressant like for side effects, which it definitely does, cuz like I can be actively hungry and then take my pills and then 10 minutes like I will forget that I even wanted food and my stomach was growling for like 6 or 7 hours. And I'm like, holy shit, I forgot I was going to eat right after I took my pills, but then it's bad. But that's good why I live with people who help remind me to eat. Because they'll be like, hey, did you eat? Or I brought this food. And I'm like, oh, now that you mentioned food, I'm fucking starving. I'm so hungry. Let's do this. That's why I like always carry a water bottle. I used to I'm really bad and I spill glasses of water all the time, so I just I've been drinking out of water bottles for like years now. But like also it's the one thing I carry around with me so I can at least know that I'm at least hydrated. I'm like a little gerbil. Like I always drink out of the straw. If it had a ball, I probably would like drip it into my mouth like a little rodent. I feel like I need a redemption now where every time I drink water it's just like a little what are those fucking bottles called? Like I know exactly what they look like cuz I've had rabbits. And they always leak because the ball is always so stupid. But it's always the little ball and it makes the cute little noise when they drink out of it. And oh, if you know, and if you don't, you don't. I just need like a redemption where like one of those comes down every time I drink water. Be stupid. Be stupid but relatable. Okay, so I'm rambling. I'm bambling. Citrus, you would like a smooch? Mwah. Mwah. I'm a bambling. I guess we should probably get to the mental health stuff, hey? Should we get to the mental health things? Hmm? Or it's been a whole weekend. What the heck? What have y'all been up to? Shart, did you must have done that quiz, right? It's been like a whole week. I feel like you've done that quiz. I remember what you guys tell me. This is the thing. I remember a good chunk of what y'all tell me, but my brain barely remembers what day I have things. So I'm like, did that thing happen already? Or is it happening in the future? Like I know there was a test. I know no wait. Hellspawn and Carnage. Your thing had already been done. Right. You did your presentation last week and I asked about it. Or did you say you had another one? It's school, so I always feel like I feel like I should always ask like how did your presentation go? How did how did your assignment go? Because I feel like school is always like that. It never ends. There's always something to do. Balls. Balls. Um what kind of balls? There's many kinds of balls. What kind of balls are we referring? Currently working on a group project. Oh, I hated and love group projects. Hate and love group projects. I was kind of the kid that like could do the assignment and project if I really had to. But everyone knew that I was like really good at. Oh no! What did I do? Why did I do that? Oh, okay, no, I found it. Everyone knew that I was like really outgoing and good at public speaking and didn't really have too much of an issue like talking in front of class. So a lot of the times I'd be placed in a group and everyone would like take the section and then they would just say that I would do the presentation part. So I honestly would generally never have to do any work. Because they were like, oh, you just present it. And I'd be like, sure. Sure. I mean, easy enough. Just tell me what you want to tell me what you need me to say and I got you. I got you, boo. I think, or at least I'll try to. I'll try my best to. That's that's pretty much all I could do. But it generally worked. Generally worked every time. It's good stuff. I hope your group project goes well and there are little to no issues and it goes smooth as frick. Why is this open? No, close that. Why is Microsoft Edge run in the background now, even when I close it? That's dumb. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm doing some 3D modeling stuff for game dev. Is it still your skateboard stuff? I got really excited when I saw that it was getting connected to controller. I love skateboard games, but I don't think I could ever play them on keyboard. Also, I saw that like Overwatch. I hate doing. Would y'all want me to play Overwatch on stream, or is that like an off-stream thing? Because Webby, if you hear me, I might start playing Overwatch again because there was some really cool characters that were added, and I want to be competitive again. Do you want me to answer this? You know what I'll say. I gotta learn how to like play it on keyboard, I guess, or whatever. But this is the thing. If I have to learn how to play fucking Overwatch in competitive games on keyboard, I'm gonna need a new mouse. Like, I can't do it with the mouse and keyboard that I have now because, like, it's like a $10 mouse and like a $20 keyboard. Well, okay, it's not a $20 keyboard, but it's like a $40 keyboard from Walmart that is like super used and abused. And this mouse, I hate this mouse. So if I start playing Overwatch, I'm gonna have to put up with me playing on controller until I get new shit. I'm making a new placeholder character for the skateboarding game to be able to get the basics down for character customization. Oh, I remember, which one did I play the most? There was Tony Hawk's. Was it Underground? I'm pretty sure it was for GameCube. Because I could only play it when I went to my cousin's house, and I had a PlayStation, so I'm pretty sure it was GameCube game. And I remember the character customization. He was such a fucking asshole. If I was gone for more than 3 weeks and didn't like go to his house, he would always delete my save file. So the amount of times I'd have to remake my character and grind to get so far. But like, I remember you could give them like tramp stamps and stuff. Why does this keep moving away? Sorry, I have like a shelf that I have to make sure stays stuck in like these nails because it's glass, and I'm so scared that one day it's gonna just fall off my desk and break and shatter, and I don't want that to happen. Gonna make domsells here. Bongo Cat is borked. Might want to close and reopen it. Is my Bongo Cat borked? We update and restart then. Yeah, I know game already running, dummy. Updating, dum-dum. Silly Steam. You're the computer, you should know this. And there it is. Also, I too like the mannequin skater. But I'm excited that you're going to be learning character customization. It is, and the group is brilliant. Ooh, what makes the group so brilliant? I'm curious. Do you get along with everybody? Everyone's just gonna like work, like everyone already gets along. I love that. I hate being put in a group where you're like, what do I do with these people? What the fuck? Or you just spend like the whole group listening to them argue with each other, and you're like, bro, it's not that serious. It's like a fucking assignment. Can you chill? Yes, go make noms. Take care of yourself, Webby. I'll see you when you are back. The group thinks alike. Oh, wicked dope. Wicked dope. That makes things super easy. May I perchance ask what the project involves? Because I know, like, I guess I never asked this. Are you in Hellspawn like taking the same thing in school, or are you taking different stuff? I assume different things, but I still gotta ask. Yeah, because they did a children's Hellspawn does no. He's been doing the morning radios, and then you did the children's book. That's what it is, right? No, gosh, everything's getting congealed in my brain. I'm doing zines. Is it okay? Also, do I pronounce it zines like magazine or zines, which is those mini art books? Okay, but it is like a what are those schools called? You got it right the first time. Damn it! God damn it! Why did I second guess myself? This happens every time. This is why teachers were like, remember to review your work or go over your test. I never did it because I was like, every time I go over my test, I change my answer because I second guess myself. And I was right the first time. Anyone else relate to that? It's always the fucking worst. Oh, God. You're like, you make me doubt myself. And they're like, no, we're just making sure and I'm like, you make me doubt myself. My group and I are doing a Venus flytrap eating the grim. Yo. That sounds so fucking sick. If I can, you don't have to, but if I can request when you're done, can you in the share that in like the Discord or like message it to me privately if you don't want to like share it publicly? Cuz that sounds so fucking cool. I would love to see that. I would love to fucking see that. That sounds so fucking badass. Venus flytraps are like super snazzy. Yeah, you're okay, okay, okay. Okay. My brain has everything like separate and then I go to bed and then everything just like melds together like a puddle and then I'm like, "Why?" Why? I'm somebody who remembers things about people, but then you make me confused. Maybe I should write it down, but then I feel like that'd be weird. I'd have like files of things on viewers and my friends. Like, why do you have this notebook full of random facts about people? And I'd be like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, gosh. Bumble brained for real, for real. Oh, I just saw fucking shirts stitch blow up. That was crazy. I did some typography for it. Typography. Which one's typography? That sounds really familiar. My brain is like thinking of calligraphy, and I'm like, that's not typography is that. You're thinking of calligraphy. They're two different things. It's fonts and stuff. Okay, it's like styling. Okay, that's why I was thinking of calligraphy, because it's like stylizing the font, making a font. Okay. Same, but different. Cool. Very, very cool. I always wanted to learn calligraphy. It's like such a beautiful skill. I'm kind of sad that like we don't really do it anymore. Like we kind of do because there are some schools that still teach handwriting, but I'm like talking calligraphy specifically. Like, oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful art style. Beautiful art. Not style, art, just art. I don't know, dude. You know what I'm trying to say. That's really cool, though. That's really, really cool. I'm really excited to see. I'm very excited to see. I would love to. I would fucking love to. I think the last time I think the last time I saw something that you did was your I think you was it you or Hellspawn? I can't remember. You designed your streaming thing. I can't remember what it's called, but your streaming overlay background with the bats and stuff. My brain remembers everything that's posted. Again, it's just like, yeah. Because I was like, I'm pretty sure that was you because you're the vampire. And I was like, that would make sense. That would make sense. I'm currently editing for one of the bands I've worked for in the past. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. Like sound editing, because that's really cool. I like that. I like that. How much longer do y'all have in school, anyways? Photo editing? That makes sense, because, yeah, editor. But that's really cool. I have, like, no knowledge in any of that stuff. I think the last time I learned anything was, like, back in high school, maybe even junior high, where we learned, like, a little bit of Photoshop. But even high school, I learned, what was that computer program that I learned, and like I forgot it all because I did it all in 1 year so quickly that it basically concentrated itself in my brain and then shit itself out right after I graduated. Um it's so funny because I know Lucy and Mai mention it all the time when they start talking about 3D things. It doesn't really matter anymore. But it was really confusing and but yeah. This year and the next year's final year of uni. Ooh, that's exciting. That's exciting. I hope your everything goes so swell. Y'all have been working so hard. I'm excited. I'm so excited. And then I hope you can find like a job you can enjoy and be like super passionate about. That's like the super goal. Super duper goals. Okay. Speaking of goals, should we? Oops. Should we get into our notebook today? Let me. Okay, so hello. Welcome, Stinky. How are you? You beautiful little stinky bean. If y'all haven't yet, I took forever to deliver Soul's birthday present, which was her birthday was last year, and I definitely didn't take forever to not last year, last month. Her birthday was last month. Not like early last month, but still, it took me like a lot longer to finish her present than I wanted. But if you want to see the drawing that I technically, yeah, I guess it was. It was last year too. It was last year and the year before and every year before that. But luckily, I gave her her present on time-ish last year. I think it was on time. It was on time, right? Doesn't matter. It was more on time than it was this year. But I feel like it was very worth the wait because I worked so fucking hard on it. It looked so good. It looks so good. And if you want to see it, you can join the Discord and see it. It's really good. It's really good. It's really good. I like it a lot too. I like it a lot. I'm really proud of myself. There are some things that I'm like, ooh. I kind of think it's funny because like each one I did a different day and you can kind of tell. At least in my opinion, I can tell. So I think it's kind of funny that you can be like look at the increase. The increase in just a short so stupid. I wanted to take like another 5 weeks on it, but I was like, no. Just make her something else. Make her something new, for fuck's sakes. Just like I love you. I love you too. I love you too, you stinky bitch. I love you too. How are you doing today? I hope you're feeling better. So to go over what we went over yesterday, this is a lot of doodling and stuff because we did a lot of examples yesterday. So we went, or not yesterday, last week. We went over the 10 forms of twisted thinking. Just generally again. And on top of that, we also went over some examples of them. And a lot of the time we found out that it's a lot of fortune telling. Good 90% of the time. It's a lot of distorted thinking. So then we also learned if we should change the way we feel, you know? Are they appropriate? Are your feelings appropriate, or are they distorted thoughts that might be holding you back? So we went over that. And then after we figured out if you should change how you feel, we went over how to change how you feel. So we did some identifying the upsetting event, recording all the negative feelings. We learned the triple column technique, which was having automatic thoughts, a distortion column, and a rational responses column. We learned about ways that we can figure out what might be bothering us if we're having trouble figuring it out. We learned how to rate our thoughts 1 to 100%, see if we end up believing our automatic thoughts or the rational responses ahead of time. So I always forget how to do this. There we go. I second guessed myself. All right, so you know what I'm actually going to do really quick? I'm going to do this to make it a lot easier. Because we're going to keep referring to cognitive distortions over and over again. So I'm going to get a little thing. Okay, so we're gonna take this. And we are going to do this. Big butt. Big butt, big butt. We're gonna do this. Do this. Do this. And do this. And do this. One day from 15 stream streak, I feel so powerful. Y'all been pissing in my streams for this long? Damn. Damn. Okay, and then I just have to do browse. This. Oh. There we go. Wait, where's going on a trip? Hold on, does that not work on this screen? Oh, that might not be on here. Oh no. How do I... give me 1 second, I'm getting a phone call. Okay. I will also redeem that again for you because it did not last as long. Sorry, that was a phone call I could not ignore. Blah. Where the heck is... Is your pearl? Oh, 1 second. Holy heck, everything's just happening all at once all of a sudden. What am I doing? What was I looking at? Where the heck is, this one? This one. This one. There we go. There we go. All right. I'm already dawdling, so I may as well go check it out. That's pretty snazzy. I like the pink and green. Is that like is like that the outline for what y'all are gonna be making? Or that was just what you drew because you were inspired from like the idea of your group project? Okay. So we have our distortions on screen now. Let me know if I need to make them bigger to make them easier to read. But this way y'all can see them all the time. I should have did this last time. I didn't think of it. So apologies. But now we have them all here. We have all or nothing thinking, overgeneralization, an advertisement to steal you away from me when we're just about to get started. I'm gonna be right back because I also have to pee though, so I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. And I'll be right back after that. Thank you for your patience and being patient with my stinky goldfish brain. We'll be right back after this. Yeah. So I wanted to make sure that that we had everything figured out, and then I had a few questions that I saw that I had to answer before I could get back to giving you all my attention. Also, hello, my... Is it Gubmorn? Is it Gubmorn? I think it's Gubmorn, right? Yeah, it's early morning for you. How are you? How are you? Welcome back, everybody, from the land of Bezos Dimension. I hope it wasn't too stinky. I hope we didn't get any, like, super weird advertisements. Every once in a while, I get a weird advertisement, and then I, like, point it out to chat, and then chat's like, oh, it's because it's your history, and I'm like, I don't think so sometimes, dude. Like, I genuinely don't remember remotely talking about any of this. Yeah, there are ads on Twitch. I like ignore them. I left a little bit extra early, like right before ads, and said I was probably going to pee, and then I also got so I did pee. I did pee. But I also took a lot of time to talk to Pepto because he was like, I'm gonna buy dinner tonight so I don't have to do extra dishes. And I'm like, buy yourself dinner. I don't need dinner. I ate foods and I will be full for the next probably 4 hours because that's how my stomach works. And then by the time stream's done, I can make myself like nudes, a little bit of noodles. It'd be great. Okay. So, makes it so much easier because, like I was saying, we have our list of cognitive distortions off to the side. So now I'm not like going to be like testing your memory as well as how well you're understanding everything. I'm going to go easy on you. Easy on myself too because I have a hard time remembering these as well. Today, let me just pre-read this chapter. This might be a really large one. Yeah, okay, this is one that's a little bit more in depth. We'll see how long it takes us to get through this chapter, but this chapter I might even split into 2 streams. Just because I don't want to like throw too much of you all at once. And like I like the fact of sitting here for like 3 to 4 hours and like doing a bunch of mental health stuff. But at the same time, I was thinking about last stream, and I know last chapter was like really, really long. And I'm like, maybe it was a little bit too long, but also I didn't want to end without getting through the whole steps. So we'll see. We'll see how we'll see how today goes, and please let me know if it's like Bumble, this is like a lot of information, can we split this up to next stream? Or if you're like, it may have felt like a lot of information, but I'm feeling really good about it, I'd like to continue the chapter. because this is as much for me as it is for you guys, you know? So this is going to be chapter 6 of the Feeling Good Handbook, aka chapter 6, 10 ways to untwist your thinking. So before we learned the 10 ways of twisted thinking, which are on the screen to my left, which are all or nothing thinking, overgeneralization, mental filter, emotional reasoning, disqualifying the positive, jumping to conclusions, magnification and minimization, personalization and blame, labeling, and should statements. Anybody needs me to go over these really quickly just to give a little bit more of a descriptor because maybe you couldn't be here, please let me know. I have no issue doing that, but I feel like for the most part y'all were here last time, unless I have like a quiet little lurker who wasn't here, and I'm so sorry if I'm like giving you anxiety. But for the most part, I feel like this chapter is going to be really long. So unless I have someone specifically ask if I can go over the distortions in detail. You weren't here last time? Okay. So I don't mind going over it then. So there's 10 twisted thinking, which is all or nothing, which is you look at things in absolute black and white categories. So all or nothing, like it's either good or it's bad. Overgeneralization. You view a negative event as a never-ending pattern of defeat. So you're like, oh, I dropped my soda. That sucks. And then you got stuck in traffic. And then right after that, maybe your cat threw up in your bedroom or something. And you're like, holy fuck, dude. My life is garbage. It's always gonna be always garbage. And then you're like, wait, you're discounting how that really pretty girl that you had a crush on actually smiled and said hello to you on the bus. Or not on the bus, but like at work, and you totally forgot about it because you're so focused on all these negative things that you're like, fuck anything that happened good, anything good that happened to me, everything else sucks. Mental filter. You dwell on the negatives and ignore the positives. So that's kind of the same thing. I guess that's more than overgeneralization. Overgeneralization is like you general everything is bad. Mental filter is like, okay, everything's going to continue to be bad because everything sucks. Discounting the positives, you insist that your accomplishments or positive qualities don't count. I did this yesterday after I gave Soul her picture. I like gave it to her and I was like, there are so many things in that photo that I would keep redoing. And then I noticed that I forgot to add like the smallest of details. And I was like, oh my God, I'm sorry I even gave it to you. It's pretty much unfinished garbage. And Soul's like, dude, I didn't even notice. It looks really good. Like, you're so good. And I was like, okay, it's not that bad. It's really not that bad. But like if anyone, especially if you're a perfectionist, you probably relate to this. Like you make something and then you see one little mistake and you're like, not good enough. Have to start over. This is gross. Jumping to conclusions. Which is A, mind reading. You assume that people are reacting negatively to you when there's no definite evidence for this. Or fortune telling. You arbitrarily predict that things will turn out badly. A lot of us have this distorted thought a lot. Usually like it's where anxiety comes from, or like if your friend has maybe a different tone of their voice, you automatically assume you did something to upset them. That's fortune telling. This is probably the most common distortion that every person has. You just like you jump to conclusions, you automatically assume, you kind of judge your conclusion on maybe you do have some facts, but also at the same time, you're just assuming how things are going to go. And you're automatically assuming that they're going to go bad. Magnification or minimization. You blow things way out of proportion or you shrink their importance inappropriately. Emotional reasoning. You reason from how you feel. I feel like an idiot, so I really must be one. Or I feel stupid, so I must be stupid. I feel like doing this, so I'll put it off. Me all the time. Should statements. You criticize yourself or other people with shoulds or shouldn'ts. Musts, oughts, and have tos are similar offenders. So you're like, oh, I should do this, or they should have done that. Maya, I just noticed you're on a 50 streak too. Holy moly. Technically, I feel like. No, I'm not going to say it out loud. I'm not saying it out loud. I'm not saying it. Not saying it. Labeling. You identify with your shortcomings instead of saying, I made a mistake. You tell yourself, I'm a jerk or a fool or a loser. You can't be a fool or a jerk or a loser because those things don't exist. You're just a human being, buddy. Personalization and blame. You blame yourself for something you weren't entirely responsible for. Or you blame other people in overlooked ways that your own attitudes and behavior might contribute to a problem. I was going to say there's like 3 of you on a 50 stream streak, and because I have a competitive bone in my body, I'm like, it's like you're all competing for who's gonna keep their streak the longest. But I realized it's really toxic to say, and I don't want to do that. And that's why I didn't want to say it. So ignore me. I didn't say it. You're just trying to be here as often as you can. Okay, so Bumble Blue. "10 ways to untwist your thinking." Oh, I don't like the T. Yeah, I'm gonna do that because I know my writing would be nicer if it was on actual paper. That's like one thing I kind of want to look into is I want to see if my writing tablet has like a cover because I know you can get like some plastic covers for your tablets to make them feel like paper. The only downside is I know that they like grinder pen tips faster, like they'll wear out your pen tips, but I'm like, I don't know. I just love the feeling of like pencil on paper so much. I honestly feel like I write and draw better with like the roughness. The tablet feels too smooth. Too smooth. Okay. So I'm gonna do this too. I can stick paper on top. There's no way I can stick a piece of paper on top of this and it'll still work. Hold on. Let me go get a piece of paper. Oh my god, you motherfucker. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, no. Oh. I need to hold on. Oh. Okay, the only really annoying thing is it like makes a really gross noise. Oh, oh, oh! You hear that? Oh, oh, oh! That's gross. Why is it doing that? It feels so good, but sounds so bad. It's like I'm making a mouse work against its will. I don't like this. It felt so right, but sounds so wrong. Now that's a quote to add. What the fuck? Don't add that quote. That I feel like I could get banned for that quote. Oh, I can't even go straight. Oh god. Oh, what is going on? I blame Soul. She's trying to get me banned from Twitch. She's trying to get me banned. Why is she putting me in the water? It feels so right, but sounds so wrong. Bumble. I'll quote that. You might see her persecuted in 9 months. Just 9 months. Only 9 months. What the heck did StreamerBot break now? No, okay, it's on there. That's a good one. I thought it's supposed to like make a message after it's been added to like confirm, but it's in there. It's in there. I confirmed it. It's been confirmed. Me trying to watch more of my friends' streams to support her, so it's all your fault. Either way, I can't win. God damn it, whether I'm here or not, I'm still messing things up. Fuck. I love you, Soul. I'm only teasing. Ah, thank you for holding me. Alrighty, so where was I? We were about to read and write 10 ways to untwist our thinking. Bumble's first way to untwist her thinking. Stop blaming Soul for everything. Sounds not really right, but I guess so. Can we get a fight Bumble regime? Take her to Clown Town? Yo, let's do it. I don't know how we do it, but I can do it. I'll do it. I'll figure it out. I wonder how you could do that. Why did I like when you were like take me to Clown Town? The first thing I thought of was like those Rock'em Sock'em robots, like pop my head right off. You wish you could. You wish you could. Maybe we could like maybe that'll be my first coding endeavor. Is like how fast y'all can like type moves or something. You can pop my robo head off. I don't know how I do that. Sounds kind of fun though. I feel like it wouldn't be based much differently off of like those ones where you like spam emotes to fill a bar or something. I saw someone had the killer clowns from outer space knock your block. Right, Maya? I feel like it wouldn't be too hard, too different from like those spam emotes one, fill a bar thing, or spam words. I've watched a couple of Shindig's um streams and they make sense, but at the same time they confuse the utter baloney out of me. The worst thing is like I'm on the cusp of like understanding technology and then just being like ancient as fuck and wanting to call a grandchild to do it for me. Like there's like one misconnect that's like stopping me from getting the full upload. I'm so close but so far away. Sucks. Like understanding coding. I'm like, I get it. And then I try to do something big and it breaks. And I'm like, I don't get it. Goddamn technology. So close, but so far away.
It's always the worst because it only takes one off.
100%. I'm like, I get it. And then I do it and I'm like, just kidding. I don't get it.
And even if you just put a space in the wrong place, one fucking character in the wrong place, fucks up everything.
Yep. But we'll get there. I gotta go back to the farmer was replaced. It's been a while. I got really delved into drawing and embroidery. But like I gotta find time to split things up again. It's okay. Everyone ever feel like there's so much time but never enough time in a day? It sucks. Alright, let's see here. We are on the first chapter. So we're going to be learning the 10 ways to untwist. You're all twisted. All twisty. There's never enough time in a day. I told you my dream. Your dream makes sense, but at the same time would like, I understand, sort of be hell on earth. Because like, in the aspect, your own relationship with yourself is the only thing that's really growing. Like you may have a relationship on your side that may grow with someone else because you might constantly be learning about them every day. But at the same time, that person's relationship with you never grows. So like if you think about it in a way, it would technically be like really lonely eventually, which would really suck. But also at the same time, since you're just reliving the same day over and over again, you could just keep meeting new people every day. But again, they'd be really lonely. But I guess that's the good thing about Groundhog Day is like eventually it does stop. I don't remember how, but eventually it does. I got a partner you can push. Ayo. Ayo, Mr. Suki. Ayo. Ahoy, you heckin' frickin' cutie. How are you, Mr. Stokes? I hope you're having a good day. Oh, I make noises all the time. I make noises even I haven't even heard. It's just the life of a goblin. How are you, Mr. Suki? Good to see you. I hope work's been going well. Thank you. Hebo got me bubble tea. Boba. So I tried a new bubble tea for the first time on Sunday. And it's become like my new favorite. I got taro. It's like a taro ice boba. Excuse me, hiccup. Ice boba tea, and it's so good. It's so good. The boobs tea? Yeah, the boobies tea. The boobies. I got my boobies with ice all up in my mouth and everything. Hello, boy. I got an hour and a half left of work. Our boss hasn't been letting us use our phones because of mistakes he's been making. Oh my god, it sounds like such a boss. But alas, I sneak my peeks at streamers when I can. Oh, so stinky. Just so stinky. I hate when bosses are like that. It's like, dude, you're the one making mistakes, but you're gonna take my work off. What the frick? I got boba tea with ice. Sounds for sure. I could. I don't want nice.
Did you see this fucking guy?
What?
Come, come sure.
Do I want to see?
Come sure.
What is it? Do I want to see?
God.
No. Do I want to see?
Where do I at?
No. Is it the foot?
No.
Okay.
That's why he's home early.
Did you hurt? What the fuck?
Look at his back.
What did you fucking? What the fuck happened? What the fuck did you do?
Created glass fell over while we were trying to unload it and got caught between it and the sea can.
Oh my god, sandwich
Yes,
today.
wasn't
Jesus
worse.
fuck. Yeah, you are lucky that's not worse. If you got sandwiched between glass, he's actually lucky that's not worse. That's actually pretty okay. His boss is like, go home because the anxiety, though. You're like, am I punctured? Am I punctured? It hurts, but is it through?
I saw his life going on and I see him there all fucking mangled. I'm like,
What the fuck? Oh my god, so sorry. Sorry, I was wondering, my other roommate came home and I didn't say hello to him because I assumed it was Pepto. And then Pepto went to go say hi to him. And I guess the whole reason he came home earlier was because he got sent home because he got injured. He works at like a glass processing place. He just does stuff where they make glass planes and stuff. And they were moving glass today, and I guess one of the glass things like tipped while they were moving it, and he got smushed in between two big panes of glass. And luckily he's just kind of like scratched up. Like scratched up. Luckily he didn't like fucking die. Or like legit need stitches. Jesus. Surprisingly, it's not Pepto. Mai's like, probably, they're like, what's going on? Mai, probably Pepto hurt himself again.
no, not me.
Not this time. Not today.
Someone else hurts him.
You've been up and down, but good on average. I'm glad I've got to play games with you the other day. I'm gonna start trying to get to bed a little bit earlier so I can be up earlier so I can at least play maybe a round or two with you and my boy Kembles. I've been playing Space Marine 2 was recently added to Xbox Game Pass. So I've been like super into that. I get really, really, really into Warhammer games once I start playing. They're so fucking fun. Okay, murdering things, murdering. Is that a fucking word? Killing things with brutality is just so fucking fun. Ugh, it's so good. How are you, Bowling? How did your day go? Today's really exciting. Today's been very exciting. Final destination of 100%. 100%. That is like, yeah. I have that fear of just like carrying mirrors. It's like you're gonna carry a mirror and then all of a sudden you're gonna slip and fall and die just because the mirror is gonna break on you or some shit. Let alone panes of glass. Come with me, you'll see in a world of OSHA violation. Oh my gosh. Pretty much the horror stories I've heard just because I know people in like I know welders, I know plumbers, electricians. My brother, for fuck's sakes, is a framer and a roofer. Jesus. It's because you're playing the good ones? Yeah. I've only played like Darktide, Vermintide, and Marines. Space Marines 2. They are really good. Space Hammer. That's the one that Mai's playing right now. Space Hammer. He's got a giant hammer. I'm trying the Vanguard, and I really like the axe. The axe with all the combos is so fun. If anyone else has Space Marines 2, let me know.
Girthy.
I if anyone else has Space Marines 2 and wants to play every once in a while, let me know. I have it on Xbox, not Steam, so we'll have to like do the invite code thing. But it's good stuff. I like it a lot.
You want the girth? You can't have
Warhammer games quality swings wildly. So I've heard. But I like them. I like the ones that I've played and the ones that I've seen. Like Lucy was playing the pixel one with the big boom gun. Why do I never remember what it's called? Railgun? No. Same but different. Oh fuck! I'm having a brain fart. Bazooka? The bazooka?
rocket launcher?
Rocket launcher? Ugh. Sorry, my boba spurted on me.
Yeah.
Hot.
Go.
Last time I got this, I got it wrong. I got her to put tapioca pearls in it because I wasn't listening to what she was asking me because I was being a shit. And I was really sad because I don't like tapioca, so I couldn't enjoy it as much as I wanted to. But now this one has no tapioca pearls in it. It's so perfect. It's even better than the first one. I think I really, really like Taro. Tragic booba squirtage. 100%. Tragic. Had to clean it up with my tongue.
Oh, yeah.
Bedroom? I like tapioca, but it's an acquired taste. I don't know. I've never liked it.
That's weird 'cause I usually don't like textures and stuff, but I do like.
Yeah, it's surprising you like it. I remember when I first got bubble tea was like when I was back in high school. And the first like 7 times I got it, I wasn't aware you could get it with like anything but the tapioca pearls. And then my one friend was like, if you don't like tapioca pearls, why do you keep getting them with the tapioca pearls? And I was like, what do you mean? And then she was like, there are other options. And I was like, huh? What do you mean? What do you mean I can put different things in the bottom of it? And then I learned about jelly and I was like, the bubble tea by my place though, I don't think has jelly. It either has tapioca pearls or like boba pearls.
Nothing you want to put on food.
It low-key does not taste the same without balls. So like generally, if I can, I'll get it with jelly and boba pearls because I like popping boba is so good. And there was a time where I was like super addicted to frozen yogurt, and then the frozen yogurt place I went to had boba as a topping. Ugh, fucking wild having frozen yogurt with boba balls in it. What can I say? I just really like balls. Ridiculous. Does anybody have like a favorite boba flavor? I always feel like I have a super favorite one and then I try something new and I end up liking that one a lot. I like for warm, I usually get caramel mocha latte with pudding, which I know is not like bubble tea, but you get it from the bubble tea place. You don't have to add the quotation marks and you don't have to add like the name and the year. I think that stuff's all added when you add the quote. I only had boba once or twice. I've had bubble tea way too many times to count at this point. Way too many times to count. I wish I was bold enough to try all the flavors on the menu, but I always have this worry that I'm not gonna like it, and then I'm gonna be so disappointed that I got a flavor that I didn't like when I could have gotten one that I did.
Bumble.
Yeah,
Did you see where I put like the A535 and stuff?
we don't have any.
Well, I did. It was in my travel bag. Why not? You must have.
I'm to my knowledge, we
Yeah.
don't have any.
No, Johnny, sorry. I know I had some else.
I keep all this stuff in the same place, and last time I did all the medical stuff, there was none in there.
Yeah. Where's Johnny?
The only thing we had was like this burn spray, but it was like 6 years old, so I threw it away.
The spray was bad anyways.
Yeah, so I threw it away like it was bad.
Didn't really help.
Because it was expired by 6 years. We haven't added that many quotes. I feel like we should have. There should have been like a lot of quotes, but I think there's only like 5 quotes in this streamer bot quote thing. Streaming for 2 years, quoted 5 times. Which is kind of wild because I've said a lot of fucked up shit. I mean, what? No, I've said nothing but wholesome, kind, moving, wholesome things. I don't know. No, technically we had the quote thing set up like a while ago. But like the way that they had it implemented was like it was really difficult, and then they made it super easy since the update. Because remember we did have one, but it was just broken for whatever reason. I don't know. You have no proof, soul. Hello, Dark Lord. Good morning, Professor Bumble. Yes, big brain professor I am. When you're not setting up the greatest quotes, have you tried or enjoyed any of the world's greatest Begalosaurus novels lately? I have not. I've been busy reading my own dirty, lusty, sinful novels about gods who've been fucking each other. I mean, what? What? Who said what? What? But seriously, it's a good series. At first, I was like, I'm not into this one, and then it gets, yeah, it gets good. It gets good real fast. Well, not real fast. It takes like 6 chapters to get to the point where I enjoy it, but it's good. I'm like, y'all, I know I said 24 books. We're 2 months in, and I've already read 8 books this year. I think I'm gonna smash my fucking... yeah. If I keep up with how much I'm reading lately, we're gonna smash that goal out of the fucking water. I don't know. The other ones were really good fiction because they started burning from the very start, and they just burned even hotter and hotter and hotter, and the flame got real fucking hot, and then it got really small again, and now it's getting big again. That flame got dangerously hot, though. Those books are so good. If anyone wants, like, erotic fiction to read, I got you. I got you, boo. I've read, like, 2 series so far. This is the 2nd series that I'm reading. There's also one that's, like, not erotic fiction, but it's just sort of really good fiction. My favorite series to date, next to, like, Lord of the Rings and stuff, is, what is it? I think it's called the Elijah Barber series. No, it's not called that. But if you search Elijah Barber series, the trilogy will come up, and it's really fucking good. If you read that book, please at me. Please at me. Like, legit. If you ever want to read that book, if you read that book, please at me. at the part, you will know exactly what part I am talking about because you'll be like, Bumble, why did you make me read this fucking book? This fucking bitch. And I'll be like, yeah, I know. You're welcome. Let's talk about it. Pevo doesn't even really like reading that much, and I made him read that book, and he came back and was like, that fucking, and I was like, I know, keep going. And he's like, why? I'm like, just keep going. Keep going. Kind of want to read it again. Maybe I'll read it again after. I have so many books to read, though. Is this Bumble's existence? Oh gosh, I'm so full of beans today. So full of beans. It's been like 2 hours and I haven't even made it remotely through this chapter at all. It's good. We're fine. I love some good Cronenberg. Oh, existential crisis. No. Okay, let's somewhat try to get through this because it's Mental Monday and we gotta like somewhat get mental with our Mondays. Holy heck. Holy heck. The specialty is only for special occasions. No, the special is for all occasions, all of the time. Okay, 10 ways to untwist your thinking. What? Shush. Shush, or I'll put you in the box. When you feel bad, you're thinking about things in a negative way. These thoughts and not what actually happens are what make you feel upset. Dr. Albert Ellis has called this the ABC of emotion. A stands for the actual event. This is what actually happened. Let's assume that you got a divorce. B stands for your beliefs about the event. You may be thinking, it's all my fault. What will my family and friends think of me? C stands for the consequences of your beliefs, including the way you feel and the way you behave. You might be feeling sad and ashamed, and you may crawl into a shell and avoid people because you feel so inadequate and unlovable. As the following diagram illustrates, your thoughts and beliefs may have you feeling this. Here, let's go over here. We're going to go to our little doodle page. Go to this doodle page. All right, we might have to make a new doodle page. I have to stop putting my book in front of my camera. Apologies. Fuck, I did that again. Okay. A, B, C. A, actual event. B is your belief. C is consequences. So, for example, if our A event is you got a divorce, and then your belief ends up being that I'm no good, then your consequence will be depression. Because you're just going to be telling yourself super shitty things about yourself eventually all the time. And then how are you going to feel good about yourself? How are you going to be happy when you just feel sad all the time? That's how depression works. Duh. Your thoughts and beliefs about the event create your feelings. If you had thought it's all his fault and he's a self-centered jerk, you would feel angry and bitter rather than sad and ashamed. Cognitive therapists have developed powerful techniques to help you change the way you think you feel. This chapter describes methods that I use every day in my office and many additional methods that will be described in later chapters. These techniques will provide you with cognitive therapy toolkit that will help you overcome a huge variety of negative thoughts and feelings. Study these methods carefully. Okay, so we'll probably just delete that one. So our first way to untwist our thinking, which is something that we're going to identify or touch on before, is something that we've already done, which is identify the distortions. Seems really, really straightforward. Seems really easy. But if it were that easy to know every single time that we were having distorted thoughts, then you probably wouldn't have them. You probably wouldn't have them. Okay, so identify the distortions. As we discussed in the last chapter, the first thing to do when you feel upset is to write down a brief description of the actual situation or problem that's bothering you. Next, identify and rate each of your negative emotions on a scale from 1 to 100. The third step is to write down and number each of your automatic thoughts in the left-hand column of the log. Then identify the distortion in each negative thought using the list as a guide. So this list, our negative distortion list, is the one that you have to figure out. So, as an example, a single man named Nick, who had the fear of intimate relationships, would frequently peep shows and prostitutes whenever he got anxious. Afterward, he had an extreme sense of self-loathing, and sometimes he felt suicidal, thinking, "I'm such a lowlife." What are the distortions in his thought? Well, if we go, let's go back here. So if he's thinking, "I'm such a lowlife. God, I'm such a gross person," I feel like generally, this example with Nick, if anyone can guess, I'm going to guess he's overgeneralizing. Sounds like a really big overgeneralization. He's doing one thing that it's not even bad. It's not bad, if you're going to see somebody for like ex workers for things, that's not bad. At least you're like taking care of yourself, you're taking care of things properly, at least you're doing it the safe way. And I feel like these are really overgeneralized thoughts that are probably based in some form of bias and shame. So if he's just overgeneralizing this one small sense of a situation. So let's read on and see what we got. Or let me see. All or nothing. He's probably doing some emotional reasoning as well, if I could guess. Emotional reasoning. Because I would also assume, like, he's saying, "Oh, I feel shitty, so therefore I am shitty," more than likely. And I would also say labeling would be my guesses for this example. Answer: it's overgeneralization because Nick is generalizing from his behavior to himself. You could also call it labeling because he's attaching a negative label to himself. Woohoo! Look, I'm so smart. If you guessed with me, you're also super smart and you're learning how to identify distortions. Good job. I'm proud of you. Now, you might think that Nick really is a lowlife and that he deserves to feel rotten, but there are problems with this argument. When Nick thinks of himself as a lowlife, he convinces himself that he's unworthy of love. Then he's even more likely to continue to going and do these actions because that's what lowlifes do. In addition, the shame and low self-esteem, I called it, Nick feels will make it even harder for him to open up to a relationship with women he respects and cares about. He's afraid to risk being rejected because he finds it inconceivable that anyone could ever even love him. If he begins to accept himself, he may feel more lovable and find the courage to risk getting close to other people. When you identify the distortions in any thought, you do not need to be overly precise. There's a lot of overlap between his distortions, and the list you come up with may be a little different from mine. The important thing is to try to find at least one or more distortion in each automatic thought you have. That will make it easier to develop an effective, rational response. As an exercise, let's suppose someone criticizes you. You get upset and think, I never do anything right. I'm such a fuck up. I'm a loser. These thoughts make you feel inadequate and guilty. What are your distortions in these thoughts? Okay, so this is one that we could probably all sort of relate to. I don't know about you, but I'm kind of really bad at taking, I don't want to say, like, I don't know, if, like, I can take, like, if it's constructive criticism, but if it's not, like, constructive and it's straight up criticism, I take that very bad. So if someone's saying, here, we'll flip this too. So I'm not blocking underneath the sheet here. Okay, so if someone's saying to you, imagine someone said, you know what? I don't think you did a good job on that project. And then you got upset, and these are your thoughts. So if you imagine these are your thoughts, I never do anything right. I'm such a fuck up. I'm a loser, baby. Okay, so if you're thinking, I never do anything right, I'm such a fuck up, I'm a loser.
You're right.
Oh, shit. Okay, damn, hurtful.
Sorry. I love you.
Okay, can anybody pinpoint any of the distortions in these thoughts? I'm a loser, baby. Hell yeah. You might have similar thoughts like this too. Maybe you mess something up, or there's a situation that happened and you thought this too. Think about it. I never do anything right. I'm such a fuck up. I'm a loser. If you look at the distortions on the left, what do you think they are? Okay, so mine's guessing over generalization and magnification. Does anyone else have any other guesses or suggestions? I'm not going to say if there's more or less. There is no wrong answer. I will say that. Like, technically there's a wrong answer, but also there's no wrong answer, because if it, like, makes sense to you, and it helps you make sense of, like, the distortion in the long run, as long as you can think of, oh my god, sorry, I had a brain fart, a counter thought to it, that's the thing. No idea? Okay, well, let's go over them. So, if someone criticizes you and they said, oh my gosh, that, like, if, let's say, Carnage, let's say you handed in your heckin', your school project, and the teacher gave you, like, a C, and was like, you could have done better in these areas. And instead of being like, oh, fuck yeah, I got a C, let's go, you were like, oh, fuck, I messed that up. How did I mess that up? I never do anything right. I'm such a fuck up. God, I'm a loser. If we're looking at the side ones here, are there any of these twisted thinking things that, like, pop out to you that be like, you know what? I think that is one of those distortions. I'll give you guys until after ads because I know some of you are stuck in ads. So I'm not going to answer the question until after ads because I also do have to pee. So I'm just going to mute myself and I'll keep this up. But give it a thought. I know like this is really difficult because maybe some of y'all have never like thought of things like this before. So don't feel stupid. It's like it's supposed to be challenging. We're trying to change the way we're thinking about things. We're trying to challenge our thoughts. So if you're like, oh my God, this is so much, that's okay. You are not alone. It is very overwhelming. Just take a guess. Just guess. Just be like, you know what? I think that one sounds the most sense. It sounds really straightforward. I think it just seems kind of obvious. It's the obvious answer, but it's the one that makes sense. Take a guess. You know what? You know how good it feels when you take a guess and you're right? I don't know about y'all, but I was like, fuck yeah, I just guessed that, man. Fuck you in your face. Imagine what I could do if I knew the knowledge. So take a guess. And we'll be right back after ads, bathroom break. I am probably going to bonk, so if anyone wants to 69 aka bonk with me, please feel free. Interact with me if you have any questions, because I know you guys kind of go quiet and maybe fixate on listening to me. But if you have any questions also while I'm doing this, please feel free. I know this is like a lot and can be really overwhelming. Don't be afraid to interrupt me, ask questions. Be like, hey, I'm actually really excited to tell you about this thing. Can I interrupt? That's why we're here. That's why we're here. If you want to tell me about your day, tell me about your day. I love you. I love having you here. We'll be right back, stinkies. Whew. Dad messed me up. All right. Let me double check. Bonk time. I've been practicing Golden on my new guitar. It sounds pretty good. I'll play it for you when I have less. Hell yeah! I know you said be right back, but either way, I'm looking forward to hearing that. Very proud of Soul. She told me a few days ago that she's been playing guitar again. I'm hyped. I'm hyped. I love playing instruments. I got so much joy from playing an instrument when I was in school. It's like one thing I really miss doing. Okay. Webby says she's also going to guess discounting the positive. That's a good guess. Do we have any other guesses? I'll take a guess myself too. I never do anything right. I'm such a fuck up. I'm a loser. It sounds like, if we go through the list, that sounds like all or nothing thinking to me. Because if the situation is some person just criticized them about one thing, it sounds like they're taking that one criticism and just putting it on everything, which isn't overgeneralization, but it's also a form of all or nothing thinking. So there is a lot of overlap. There's a lot of overlap in a lot of these things. So if you're like, all these things kind of sound the same, because technically they are. It's just like the way that you think about the thing. So we also have overgeneralization, which we put down there. Mental filter. I feel like you could even argue that they have a mental filter on this. They are labeling, because they're saying fuck up and they're calling themselves a loser. Heck, there's even a chance it might be all 10 of these things, you know? I feel like it's probably also emotional reasoning because they feel like they never do anything right.
Loser.
Right? Just because they feel like they are a loser does not mean that they are one.
Yes, you are.
I'm gonna come punch you in the face. Jumping to conclusions. Technically, magnification and minimization. I already said that. Personalization and blame. I guess you could say that, like, they're blaming themselves. Like, I never do anything right. Everything is their fault. So we could argue that, like, blame is also on this list. I don't see any should statements. Does anyone have an addition to what we have? We have overgeneralization, magnification, discounting the positive, all or nothing thinking, labeling, emotional reasoning, and blame. We got bongo.
This is what it sounds like.
All right, so let's go back to the book, see what the book says. We have all or nothing thinking. Noise. They also write overgeneralization. Mental filter. So I said mental filter, but we didn't write it down, so that also counts. If you guessed mental filter, you were right. Discounting the positive. Magnification. We do have emotional reasoning, labeling, and blame and personalization. So good job, everybody. We basically hit all of them together. So I'm really proud of us. Like I said, a lot of them have like multiple answers or overlaying answers. Maybe if you just have like one major glaring distortion, as long as you're starting to see the distortion, that's the key. So thank you so much for Webby and Mai for taking a guess, and thank you so much to Carnage for just like even saying that you weren't sure. Sometimes it's hard admitting that you don't know things, so thank you for just even saying that you didn't know. Okay, so identify the distortion. Write down your negative thoughts. Write down oh gosh, why is my spelling or my writing so bad all of a sudden? Write down your negative thoughts. So you can see which distortion distortions you are involved in. What is that noise?
That's my headphones.
Why are they so loud? This allows you to view the problem in a more realistic view. And then there was one word in here that I did want to. I will put in brackets. Use daily mood log. Because again, even though this was like, this book was written in like the 80s, This is like still something that's referred to in a lot of mental health and books and stuff today. So like even if you Google it, just daily mood log, you should be able to find the ones by Dr. Burns. And you can be either like copy paste that or print it in a journal or like whatever to help you figure that out. Okay, so number dos. Let's see what we got here. Examine the evidence. Gotta get that red. I always wanna spell evidence. It just sounds and looks better. Okay, so examine the evidence. After you write down a negative thought and you identify the distortions in it, ask yourself, was it the evidence? What is the evidence for this thought? Because we feel so bad, we often believe things are bad without checking the facts. Once you examine the facts, things will frequently fall into different perspective. Continue with the previous example. How could you use the method of examining the evidence to talk back to your thought? Okay, so previous. So I wrote this down here. So back to this. The previous example of I never do anything right, I'm such a fuck up, I'm a loser. How could we use the method of examining the evidence to talk back to your thought? I'll help you out with this one because this one's like, unless you know how to answer faster and you know like how the heck to counteract these thoughts. Unless you actively do this, I don't imagine that y'all will be able to do this really right off the bat. So unless you want me to give you a few minutes to like, you know what? I will. I'll give you a challenge. This is really challenging. This is kind of more of a challenging because like you haven't done this a lot. You might just want to know an example. But actively, what would you do? What would you do to challenge the facts about this? Give you like a few minutes. Gives me time to drink my boba. If anyone has a way to challenge the facts of this, please feel free to comment in the comments. Obviously, duh. God, this is so good. This is definitely my new favorite bubble tea. Okay. So, a perfect way to counteract this with facts. I'll show you right now. So right here. Is it true? I never do anything Oops. Is it really true that I never do anything right? Like, honestly. Is that really true? Is it true I never do anything right? Is there anything I am good at? Like, what else? What would you ask yourself to counteract this? And then, I'm a loser. You can't be a loser. We've already gone through this. There's no such thing as, like, losers. You know, that's labeling. No such thing. No such thing. Okay, so let's go over what the book says. Answer. You could ask yourself, is it true that I never do anything right? What are some things I do well? What are the things I'm not so good at? See, there we go. So there's your challenging the thought. If there's some truth in the criticism, you can try to learn from it in the spirit of self-respect. Focus on the specific problem instead of writing yourself off as a loser. So even if you are to blame, or there is something that you did wrong, are you just gonna, like, you honestly really just gonna, like, write it off and be like, yeah, I guess I am a piece of shit? You don't really think that you deserve a little bit more self-respect, and it's like, okay, you know what? I did do that thing wrong. I think I can actually work on that and do better. I mean, if you really want to just be like, write it off, go ahead. But personally, I like to, like, be like, you know what? That's something I can work on. Personally, I think if more people tried to better themselves in a lot of ways other than, like, going to the gym, if more people went to, like, mentally work on themselves as much as they go out to work on themselves physically, I think the world would be a lot better of a fucking place. Because a lot of the times, like, every situation, it takes two people to fucking tango. And, like, there are a lot of times where, like, I know I'm doing the petty thing and then I still choose to do it. And, like, that's that's probably, like, not actively doing the best thing I could be. You know what? That's not actively being the best me I could be. And, like, sure, I'm disrespecting somebody else, but in the long run, I'm kind of just, like, disrespecting myself in the long run more than I'm disrespecting them. So, like, that's kind of the challenge of it, right? So you always want to examine the evidence, and you always want to challenge yourself. You always want to challenge yourself with facts. So let's see this one. A single man named Eric told me that he could never find a wife because he was only average looking. How could Eric examine the evidence to find out if this belief was really valid? Put your evidence here. Let's see.
Someone was barking.
It's okay. You are a dog. I expect it.
I cannot bark when somebody barks. Someone barks, you just cannot bark.
Peppo's officially a dog boy now. He's a puppy boy. So he heard someone bark and he automatically barked in return without thought. Officially puppy boy. Only average looking. I'll be alone forever. How do you challenge this thought? First of all, I know how to challenge this thought. There are, like, so many people that have when in doubty, tee-hee, it outie. I love that.
Dave?
First of all, if you were to go out, there are people from, like, not average
Bazooka?
all the way to above average and everything in between. That have relationships. Which I was even average looking. You are beautiful. You were beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And even then, like, under, not to above, below. I guess below is the word that I'm looking for. Below, above. Oh shit, what the fuck is going on? Everything just fucking flipped over to the screen and... Sorry. Panicked. Panicked! Panic mode! Okay, so... Big. There we go. I was gonna do this. Below average to above average. And everything in between have relationships.
Oh yeah.
Also, another thing that I would do is like, I don't know. That's honestly like all I could ever think of. Is like there's everybody and anybody kind of has a relationship. Like even the fucking assholes, the degenerates, the incels. Every once in a while, get a girlfriend when they really shouldn't. You know, there's your one girlfriend who's dating the guy where you're like, please leave him. You're so much better than that. You know, like everyone gets to have a relationship generally once in their life. I'm going to say generally, because like maybe there probably are lots of people who don't have any relationships, but like the fact that you're basing it on your looks, I think is like something completely like, I don't know. That just doesn't like fly with me. Anybody I've ever talked to, I'm like, if they're like, oh, I'll never get a relationship because of my looks. I'm like, a lot of the time there are people who will judge you on your looks, but there are people who are going to judge you on your personality. And like, there's more people who are going to give you the benefit of the doubt than there are people who are going to judge you on your looks. Like, I promise you that. I know there's a lot of judgmental women and men on the internet who are like, I would never, Pepto, I'm going to punch you in the fucking balls. Shut the fuck up. There's a lot of judgmental people, and like they speak louder because they got little tiny balls and they shriek the loudest. But I swear, there's so many more people who don't. Look, I have everybody telling me to do it. Come closer, I dare you. Get close enough. Get close enough. Come here.
It's here to pet Kiki. No, Kiki. All this unnecessary violence.
Yeah, because you deserve it.
What did I do?
Unnecessary to very necessary.
What did I do?
All right. Let's see what the book. Pepto, you goofball. Let's see what the book says. Because like my argument is just like, you can't judge it off if you're saying you're gonna be alone forever because of your looks. That's not a good enough argument. Maybe your attitude. Maybe your fucking attitude. No, I'm just kidding.
What the fuck? Why did you
What?
turn slightly in my direction?
I didn't. Why are you getting so paranoid? Do you feel like you're gonna be alone forever because your fucking attitude?
Sometimes.
Maybe you should take a look at yourself and think of your attitude. I don't think you'll be alone forever because your attitude, though. Why do you sound so sad? That's your self-reflection period. I think with your clever nutter butter, you'll be able to get whoever you want. I think if you're funny, you can fucking get anybody. All right, let's see. The answer. I asked Eric to walk around the park on a Saturday and to rate how attractive, on a scale of from 1 to 10, the couples were who were walking together. He discovered that some of them were very attractive, with ratings in the 7 to 10 range. See, that's what I said. Below average and above average people. Everyone hates your fucking relationship. Some were only average and some were below average. He also observed that the two partners' ratings were often quite different. Sometimes a very attractive woman was walking happily hand in hand with a man who was only average and vice versa. This made Eric aware that you don't have to be handsome or beautiful to develop a loving relationship with someone you care about. While it's true that very attractive people find it easier to meet others and get dates, Good looks are no guarantee that you'll become a satisfying relationship. Eric's low self-esteem was the real problem. Once he learned to accept himself, he discovered that women were quite interested in him.
Hello, friend. Friend. Friend.
So,
Friend.
black. So, instead of assuming that your negative thoughts, not just thoughts, but negative thought instead of assuming that your negative thoughts are true, actually, we'll put this on the next line because examine won't fit there. Examine. Look, it wrote exactly where it lined up. Examine the evidence. And challenge with facts. Factos. Okay. Number 3. That's 3 in French. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then what is it? What is it? Un sept, un huit, un dix, unc, septuck. Obviously, I was really good at French. I'm gonna be so for real. I hated French. Half the time I would cheat. I would take the answers and I'd stick it on a sticky note. And I'd either hide it somewhere or like legit put it right underneath the test and just like copy answers. It was great. Great student. Loved learning language. Did not like taking tests. Number 3. The double standard method. Eee. What the heck is that? Let me go find out. When you have a self-critical thought, you ask, would I say this to a close friend who is very much like me and had a similar problem? We are frequently much harder on ourselves than on others. If you make a mistake or fail to achieve a goal, you might rip yourself to shreds and think, God, I'm such a stupid jerk. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I never succeed at anything. But if a friend made the same if a friend had made the same exact mistake, you'd probably be supportive. Why not be equally encouraging to yourself? Wow, it's like we've heard this one before. Because we fucking have. Because it's true, though. It's so fucking true. You may reply, because I have higher standards for myself? Well, let's investigate this argument. I would like to know why you have such high standards. You may say, it's because I want to do my best. So you essentially rip yourself to shreds so you'll try hard and do your best? I'm sure you'd also like your friend to do their best as well. Why not tell them? You stupid fucking jerk. Why don't you do it better? Are you not going to succeed at anything? The answer is obvious. Because these harsh messages are utterly unrealistic and they would never help your friend do better. They'll just make him or her feel like giving up. These messages won't help you either. Why not treat all people, including yourself, with one standard that's both helpful and realistic? Give yourself the same encouraging messages you'd give a friend. This is the essence of the double standard method. It's an excellent way to answer automatic thoughts. So many sticky notes in this book, sorry. If you suffer from test anxiety, you may tell yourself, when I take the test, I'm going to blow it. I know I'm really going to screw up. You may give yourself this message hundreds and hundreds of times while you're trying to study. These thoughts make you extremely nervous and you'll hardly be able to concentrate. Can you imagine leaning over the shoulder of your friend who is trying really hard to study and saying, "Psst, hey, you're going to blow it. You're going to mess up. Why are you even trying? You're going to screw up." But that's precisely what you do to yourself. That's why you feel so nervous and inadequate. See if you can use the double standard method to talk back to those negative thoughts. So, the negative thoughts are, when I take the test, I'm going to blow it. I know I'm really going to screw it up. What in turn do you think we could tell ourselves? AKA, what do you think you would tell a friend to make them handle this situation a bit better? So here, let me... when I take the test, I'm going to blow it. I'm just going to simplify it. No, I'll fail. So these are thoughts that I think of when I take tests all the time. But you know what? If I put a friend in these shoes and imagine my friend saying this to me, like if either of my puppies came up to me and were like, "Oh my gosh, I have to take this test and I'm so puppy brain dumb that I'm gonna blow it. And I just know I'm gonna fail." I go, "What the heck?" Go, "No way. No way. You are so smart. And I know," sounds so silly when I think of saying this to myself, but I'm thinking of saying this to my little puppies. "No way, you're so smart, and I know you can do anything. You studied so hard. You're gonna blow it out of the water." I don't know why I started saying that. I don't even know if that's a saying. I just imagined if one of my puppies came up to me and said, "When I take tests, I'm gonna blow," I said, "I'm gonna say this to my puppies." I go, "No way. You puppies are so smart and big brained. You know you can do anything. You studied so hard, you're gonna blow it out of the water." I keep saying blow it out of the water for things. I hope that people take that like a good thing. Like, like knock it out of the park, blow it out of the water. Sounds like a good thing. Sounds cool. All right, so that's what I would say. Let's read the answer. Answer. Ask yourself what you'd say to a friend who is nervous and trying to study. I suspect you'd tell him or her something helpful and realistic. You might say, "You're doing a good job and all your studying will help you when you take the test. This would give your friend a needed boost of self confidence. If you say this to yourself, you'll also begin to feel less nervous and more confident. AKA, fake it till you make it, bitch. That's what I did. That's what I did when I took my driver's test and I passed it first try. My mom's like, "Whoa, why are you dressing up for your driver's test?" And I was like, "Look confident, feel confident, be confident. Fake it till you make it, baby." And then I like passed my driver's test and I was like, "Oh my god, I was so fucking anxious the entire time." It's horrible. But fake it until you make it, baby. Okay, so instead of putting yourself down, in a harsh, condemning way, talk to yourself in the same compassionate way. Sorry, my writing gets like really small sometimes and I have no idea why. In the same compassionate way that you would a loved one. With a similar problem. I would even suggest writing your thought down and imagining yourself like someone else saying that thought to you and then you writing your thought back. Cause like I'm the same, Webby. Like I'm the same. I'm like, oh, I can't talk to myself. It's really hard to do it in your head. So like honestly, like write it out. Imagine your friend said it to you. Then write your response. Because like doing it in my head makes it so easy to be like, ugh, this is so cringy. This is so cringy. But like having the thought on the paper makes it so much easier to imagine that like I can picture like, oh, like Webby, you said this to me the other day, or you just said this to me, or like Soul just said this to me, or Pepto just said this to me, or Mai just said this to me, or like someone I really care about just said this to me. Like I know it's my thought, but I once it's on the paper, I can like it's easier for me to imagine that I'm not the one who said it. And then I can easier put out my thoughts, be like, okay, if this person is saying it to me, how would I support them? How like what would I say to them? And then once it's on the paper, then I could be like, this is how I need to talk to myself. This is what I need to keep saying to myself. This is what needs to this is the sentence that I'm going to keep telling myself today instead of the one that I caught myself saying. And it's so easy to say it like but like once it's on paper and like you have it and you can keep referring back to it, it's like so much better. So like I would highly, highly, highly suggest like doing this option, which is writing it out, imagine your friend said it to you, and then writing your response. Okay. So, number 4. Because I know, like, I don't know about anyone else, but the double standard method is like something I've heard growing up all my fucking life. All my life since kindergarten is like, you wouldn't treat yourself the way you treat your friend. You wouldn't treat yourself the way you treat your friend. Why do you talk to yourself the way, like that way, if you wouldn't talk to a loved one that way, blah, blah, blah. And like, I don't know, dude. I don't know, but it's been almost like 500 years and I still haven't kicked that habit. So I think like I think it's got to be like one of those things where it's like, oh, it's easier, but like if you challenge yourself more on it, then it becomes like that much more. And maybe if you ask your friends to challenge yourself on it, like there are some of my friends that are like, hey, don't let me like talk bad about myself. And then I kind of held myself to that standard too. I was like, you know what? From now on, I'm not going to call myself, I'm going to try really hard not to call myself fucking stupid. Like most of the time, if I'm going, Bumble, you fucking idiot, instead of going, Bumble, you're so dumb, I go, Bumble, you silly little goober. And you know what? I don't know if it's changed to big. I can't, but I kind of probably do feel better about myself. I probably think I'm not as stupid as I used to think. I probably give myself a lot more benefit of the doubt because even though I was joking, your brain doesn't know the difference. But if you're like, oh, you silly little goober, like you're so funny, your brain's always going to think you're funny, you know? Like if you're like, oh, you're so dumb, like you idiot, then your brain's going to eventually start believing that you're stupid. So like it's really important how you talk to yourself, even in like small joking times. Like it's okay to obviously make fun of yourself every once in a while, but also like be aware of how often you talk to yourself that way, whether you're not only by yourself but with your friends as well. Okay. The next one is the experimental technique. Experimental technique. Ooh, experimenting. Sounds hot. The experimental technique. When you have a negative thought, ask yourself if there's a way you could test it out to find out if it's really true. Sometimes an experiment will help you get to the truth about things. To take a simple example, let's assume that you sometimes procrastinate. You need to balance your checkbook, but you tell yourself, it'll be such a drag, or I just can't do it, or it'll be too hard. These thoughts make you feel so upset that you can't stand doing it. The purpose of the experimental method is to test these thoughts. You can ask yourself, is it really true that it'll be a drag and that it'll be too hard? Try to think of an experiment to test these ideas. Put your ideas here. I don't know. I'm just going to read I can't think of an example one. All right. You could break down the task into small steps. First, locate your checkbook and your bank statement. Second, see what checks have come in. Third, add up the total amount of money for all the checks that come in, and so on. Then you could complete the first step, locating your checkbook. Ask yourself if this was too hard for you, or if it was a drag. You'll probably discover that it wasn't nearly as difficult as you predicted. Then you could go to the next step, and then the next step, until the job was done. The essence of this procedure is to test your negative thoughts by doing experiments. A depressed woman named Phyllis strongly believed that her husband didn't love her and that none of her friends liked her anymore. Consequently, she stayed at home. She didn't even answer the phone. After a while, people gave up and stopped calling. This convinced Phyllis even more that she was unlovable. This often happens when you're depressed or annoyed with a friend or family member. Instead of dealing with conflict, you avoid it. Then it eats away at you, and the problem begins to feel far worse than it really is. How could Phyllis test her belief that nobody liked her? I asked what she thought would happen if she called 2 or 3 friends and invited them to lunch. She predicted they would all make excuses and say that they were too busy. I urged her to call them so we could get some real data. At our next session, Phyllis told me that she was surprised. 2 friends had accepted her invitation, while the third took a rain check after her vacation. All 3 seemed happy to hear from her and expressed concern that they hadn't gotten together sooner. This wasn't consistent with Phyllis's claim that nobody liked her anymore. This doesn't mean that there was no truth whatsoever in Phyllis's negative thoughts. She did harbor resentment toward her husband and sometimes felt jealous of her friends. She may need to deal with these problems with the communication techniques described in part 4. However, her belief that everybody had rejected her was simply not true. Okay, so this one. Okay, so I didn't really like that example. Also, this one is kind of this one is really dangerous. Because you have to be really careful with like how you do an experiment. Because this one I always had a lot of tough issue with, and I had talked to my counselor a lot about, because I was like, I like having BPD and like having a lot of trust issues and stuff. I kind of have like a quote unquote way to like experiment / test people, and it's not really the healthiest way, and it's not always like on purpose, but like how you decide to like experiment things is like personally I keep it to like something that I discussed with my therapist is like keep it to something that like you like only you can control, if that makes sense. So like for Phyllis, where she was like, none of my friends believe me, how they validated that was to like call her friends and like challenge, being like, do you want to spend time with me, kind of thing, but like don't set it up as like a test, as if you're testing people. Like if they don't do this, then like they prove my point, kind of thing. Yeah, this one was one that I kind of always had a lot of trouble with. And depending on if you depending on how your thought process is, you have to be kind of careful about it. So like this is the example that I had, because this is like kind of the example that I prefer to use the experimental technique more so. So if during a panic attack, like you're panicking, you're going crazy, you're not actually going crazy, but you think you're going crazy, you're panicking, your heart's racing. Generally, you actively think you're about to die. During a panic attack. Or, you know what, here. If. Doesn't even have to be a panic attack. If during an episode of panic. Hello, cutie, it's good to see you. If during an episode of panic, you become scared that you're going to die, which I don't know. I hope not all of us have had panic attacks, but a good chunk of us have had panic attacks. So I feel like if you kind of get that thought, like, oh my god, am I dying? I'm gonna die. Um, to test, like, to test this, you could do some jumping jacks. Uh, or run around. Or none around. None around. Or run around. As this will prove you're probably not dying. Or, you know, it could actually kill you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Joe. It's funny. All right. 5. Thinking in shades of gray. As you become an adult, you realize that nothing is black and white. Everything is just shades of gray. When you have a negative thought, ask yourself, am I looking at things in an either or black and white fashion? Am I thinking of myself as either a total success or a total failure? If so, you're probably involved in all or nothing thinking. This is one of the most common distortions. It can lead to anxiety and panic, depression, guilt, feelings of inferiority, hopelessness, perfectionism, and anger. Learning to modify all or nothing thinking has changed the lives of many of my patients. I have a really bad habit of all or nothing thinking. I am a big perfectionist. If something doesn't go exactly the way I like, generally I think it's a complete and utter failure, and it's so hard for me to like accept that it's a success. It just doesn't feel like it if it's not 100%. So this is something that I've been really trying hard to practice, and it's one of the most difficult things to implement, like fucking seriously. One helpful technique is called thinking in shades of gray. The basic principle is very simple. You remind yourself that things are usually somewhere between 0 and 100% of insisting that they're all one way or the other. Excuse me. Excuse me. Linda is a spunky, petite, she's petite, tweedleet. Linda is a spunky, petite, 45-year-old woman from Chicago. After her husband died unexpectedly when she was 30, she began to manage his small construction company. Although it was male-dominated industry, Linda valiantly persisted and eventually developed a booming business throughout Chicago. She constantly had to negotiate with union bosses, contractors, and city officials who could be tough and occasionally ruthless. During the late 1970s, a man who appeared to have mob connections coerced Linda into making several under-the-table payments in thousands of dollars. He threatened that if she refused, she might find that the construction workers would become suddenly uncooperative and unable to complete their jobs. He implied she would be blacklisted and bankrupt if she resisted. Linda was torn. Out of panic and greed, she made the payments and completed the project. Linda never again bid for contracts in this part of Chicago. She ran a clean shop and continued to do well and eventually forgot about the incident. 2 months ago, she received a subpoena from the federal investigators. The man who had blackmailed her had been arrested and a notebook listed payments from construction companies was seized. Linda's name showed up on the list. Linda's attorney was able to obtain immunity from prosecution in exchange for her testimony. Linda feared for her life because of the possibility that the mob might retaliate if she testified. However, her greatest fear was the possibility of newspaper publicity during the trial. She had thought, my family and the people I do business with will find out that I was dishonest. They'll think I have no integrity. They'll lose respect for me. She wept out of guilt and shame as she shared these feelings with me. Can you see the distortions in these thoughts? My family and the people I do business with. Forgot the I. We'll find out. I was dishonest. They'll think I have no integrity. They'll lose respect for me. I'll be right back, cuties. Welcome back. I am also back. Hello, hello. I hope you got the brew. Excuse me, hold on one second. I just bonked, so if anyone wants to bonk with me, feel free. All right. So does anyone want to take a guess on these mental distortions? We have these 10 distortions. Can you guess which one are for these thoughts? Personalization and blame. That's a good guess. That's a good guess. We're guessing personalization and blame. Does anyone else have another guess? Generally, there are no wrong answers because there's very many crossovers in a lot of these. So it's like, it's kind of like every answer is correct as long as you can explain your answer. Gosh, this bubble tea is so good. I could drink it every single day. I'll take a guess with y'all. Take a gander. Yeah, Peppo brought me home bubble tea because I told him that I already ate and I didn't want Subway. So he asked if I wanted bubble tea instead, and I was like, I won't say no. I found I think I found a new flavor that I really really like. Disqualifying positive. That's another good guess. Oh, my weakness is bubble tea. Yeah, it's taro. It's like sago taro, I think is what it's on the list, and it's so good. I got it I got it the other day with 70% sugar and less ice, and then I decided today to try it with 50% sugar with less ice. It's just like one of those things, right? You don't need the extra sweetness to it because it's just. Mm. And they recently got popping mango boba, so I'm like, Miss Surprise juice. Probably 100%. 100%. If I was mad at somebody and then they just showed up with bubble tea, I'd be like, you know what you did wrong, though? And they were like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, forgiven. Okay, so let me see. If everyone's done with their guesses, I will do my guesses. But I want to ask one more time. Are we sure that everyone is done with their guess? There's no such thing as a wrong answer. I won't even call you out. If you just feel like you're right and want to shout out the right answer, go ahead. We have the list here. They're already on. They're already on. They're already on here. They're right here. 1 to 10. All you got to do is pick a number and pretty much see if you go. Okay. My family and the people I do business with will find out I was dishonest. They'll think I have no integrity and they'll lose respect for me. Okay, so let's see. Low self-esteem, number 2. Overgeneralization, you mean? Or do you mean yes? All right, so you're gonna guess overgeneralization. That's okay. That's okay. You can guess. As long as you are challenging your thought process, you're allowed to guess. Even if you're guessing, you're like, you know what? I think that's a good guess because so and so sounds like an overgeneralization. Sounds like she's overgeneralizing. I think that's a good guess. My guess, I feel like this is a really good jumping to conclusions. This screams jumping to conclusions for me because she's just automatically assuming, right? She's like, oh, they're gonna find out that I did this thing, and then they're gonna assume that they're gonna lose all respect for me, and then I won't have integrity and all this stuff. And like the first thing I guess is like if I knew someone who had a really big business and then they made a mistake like a couple years ago by like investing with a mob person, I'd be like, dude, that must have been so fucking stressful. A, did he threaten you? And B, like the fact that you still kept your business jamming is pretty fucking cool. Because I've never opened a business before. Like I don't think the first thing I would think is like, damn, she dirty. She rolling in with them dogs. So I feel like this is jumping to conclusions. She has no proof that her family and the people that care about her or do business with her are going to think negatively. And then I think you got the other one because you said personalization and blame. So I don't think I'm gonna guess anything else. I think I'm just gonna guess jumping to conclusions because I think y'all guessed any other ones that I would guess. So let's see if we guessed, or I don't even like calling it a guess because like you were kind of guessing, but at the same time like there's a reason why you guessed that, right? So like have a little faith in yourself. Let's see. So, can you identify any distortions in her thoughts? Put your ideas. Linda is jumping to conclusions, including both fortune telling and mind reading. She's predicting that not only will she get negative publicity, but also that everybody will look down on her. She doesn't know this. There may be no publicity. If there is, people may be sympathetic and admire her courage in testifying against organizing crime. An even more profound distortion is the all or nothing thinking. Okay, so we didn't guess that, but this is also all or nothing thinking. Which makes sense because she's like, oh my gosh, it was all good, but now everything's like bad, which makes sense. Linda tells herself that she has no integrity. In the following dialogue, I encourage Linda to think of shades of gray. Okay, so these are the only two that were in the book. But like I also feel like these ones are still right on point. Because even though you're guessing, I'm going to give you reasons why you're right, even though they weren't like the obvious choices in the book. I think personalization and blame is a very good one because she probably is blaming herself. This whole situation, it's not mentioned in this thought alone. So this thought specifically probably technically doesn't have personalization and blame, but like she can definitely like connect this to a thought that she has as well, that she is blaming herself, or like, why did I do that? I shouldn't have done that, blah blah. So like this isn't wrong, and I don't want you to think you guessed wrong. It is still right. And then same with disqualifying the positive, because this situation happened like what the book said, like somewhere back in the 70s. And she's kept her husband's like business open for the past like how many years. And this one mistake she did how many years ago, now all of a sudden she's saying she did everything wrong. She's like the worst. All of a sudden she has no integrity, all this other stuff, even though there is probably a much longer list of all like the crazy, helpful, responsible things that she did while having to go through this situation. And overgeneralization generally does go hand in hand with all or nothing thinking, because you're overgeneralizing that like this one thing is going to affect everything. So even though it's not the answer in the book, y'all are still right. Y'all are still right. Okay, so this is the conversation they had. Dr. Burns, they will see that you have no integrity. How much integrity have you had for the past 15 years on a scale of 0 to 100? 0? 100? How much? Linda responds, I'd have to say 95%. I return checks if people overpay. I try to run my business in a scrupulous way. That rhymed. This was a situation where I did have a bad judgment, though. Dr. Burns says, so if you have 95% integrity, how do you reconcile this with the claim that you have no integrity? You haven't been perfect, but it sounds like you've done pretty damn well. Better than most, I suspect. Linda says, but what will other people think of me? Doctor says, the most important thing is what you think of you. Only your thoughts will affect your self-esteem. You're upset because you aren't accepting yourself as an imperfect human being. Let's do some play acting. I'll be you, and you can be a business associate. You read about my testimony in the Chicago Tribune, and you saw me on the network news. I want you to say the worst imaginable things to me. Tell me that I have no integrity and that you won't do business with me anymore. Linda says, Gee, I read about you in the Chicago Tribune. Did you really make those payments to the mob?
Yes, I did. It was bad judgment, and I wish I hadn't done it.
So you did something dishonest. You tried to bribe the unions. You did it out of greed.
That's correct. Greed and fear motivated me. The mob threatened to destroy me if I didn't give in. I was frightened and confused, and what I did was not right.
Well, why should I ever give you any other contracts? You're a real wheeler and dealer.
You might want to give me another contract because of the top-notch work I've been doing for you. I believe my company is one of the best in the city.
But you screwed up. Admit it. I looked down on you. You're a bad person. I've got no respect for you.
I agree. I did screw up, and I wish I hadn't. I paid for my mistake, and I've learned a lot as a result of it. If you want to look down on me, you can certainly do that. Lots of times I feel exactly the same way. However, I believe I can still do outstanding work for you. If you want to be the best at being honest, competitive cost, I'm available and eager to work with you. If you want someone who never screwed up, you will have to look elsewhere. But there are lots of sharks in the ocean, so be careful.
And scene. This acting is impeccable. I tried my best. I tried to be a woman trying to be a man with an accent, and then I tried to be a man trying to be a woman. I'm so ridiculous. Sometimes I can't. Oh, it's okay. If you close stream at this exact moment, I won't be surprised. Fuck. Obviously, people would never really say such insulting things to Linda. The point of the exercise was to show her how to accept herself and to talk back to her own self-critical thoughts. She did screw up, and it was a horrendously difficult situation. She could get defensive and stubbornly insist she was an innocent victim, but that would be defensive and unrealistic. Linda could also condemn herself as a rotten person and give up. Or she could acknowledge her mistake, forgive herself, and move forward with her mistake. Or move forward with her life. Linda said that the session caused profound relief because she discovered that she didn't have to be perfect or afraid of admitting her shortcomings. Instead of seeing herself as being in either perfect integrity or not at all, she learned to accept reality. Her integrity had been quite high, but not perfect. This insight allowed her to admit her error without a loss of self-esteem, so she could learn from the situation instead of despising herself forever. This is why it's like, I don't know, this is kind of one thing I've been really good at since I was kind of a teenager. Because I learned this really quick, is if you kind of accept responsibility for things that you know you probably could have done better. This is kind of why initially I started doing it, because like teenagers are really selfish. I started admitting my wrongs because in the long run, generally you tend not to get punished as bad as if you try to lie about it. So generally if I got caught in a lie, I would admit my fault, or if I got caught doing something wrong, I would admit to it. I'd be like, oh shit, sorry, I was distracting the other kids in class, or oh shit, sorry, I wasn't listening, or sorry, I actively didn't do my homework because I just didn't feel like it. A lot of the times, the teacher would be like, oh my gosh, it's crazy that you did that. I'll give you another day, or you know what, don't worry about it, you won't have detention, or something rather. So I got into the habit of admitting my faults and kind of accepting your wrongs, for the most part right away.
and then I have to get better at it again as an adult, because like before you were doing it for selfish reasons, and then once you kind of stop having the selfishness, you kind of have to like learn how to take the hit to your ego, which is different, which is much different. So like, yeah, learning to admit that you did something wrong and not being defensive is like the better way, because not only does it show yourself more self-respect, but it also shows the person, especially if you care about them, the self-respect that you're willing to like deal with the situation appropriately. It's really difficult to do. So fucking hard to do. But in the long run, I feel like it's the better thing to do. Really was distracting how good it was to Bumble had an entire group of people on the street. I did it, Ma! I did it! I made it! I made it. They thought I had a crew, but it was just me. It was just me, myself, and I. Okay. Thinking in Shades of Grey. Although this... I don't even know if that was my best Chicago, New York accent. I don't even know if it was Chicago, New York. I just know people go, Chicago, Chicago. Although this method might sound drab. Gosh, does anyone even use that word anymore? The effects can be illuminating. The effects. Is that E? EC. I will never know or understand the difference between like effects and FX. That makes sense. I think I always just write effects because I never know how to use the other one. You know how you just use words wrong because you don't know how to use them right? Just certain words. What the fuck am I writing again? I forgot. The effects can be illuminating. That's what the effects can be illuminating. Well, I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. There we go. Instead of thinking about your problems, thinking about my problems. No, instead of thinking about your problems, bubbles, my bubbles. In all or nothing. In all or nothing thinking. Why do I keep doing that to G's? What the fuck? Here, we'll do black and white. Ugh. Fuck sakes. Fuck sakes. Black and extremes. Evaluate things from 0 to 100. When things
don't work out as well as you hoped. Think about the experience as a partial success rather than a complete failure. AKA, see what you can learn. Oops. Not about from a situation. Okay. Next is number 6, which is the survey method. I wonder what this one's gonna be. Yum, 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 yum. Okay. Survey method. One way to evaluate a negative attitude is to ask yourself, would other people agree that this thought is valid? You can often perform a survey to find out. What does everyone think? You think if you actively provided a survey for your thoughts, you think your friends would agree with a lot of your distorted thoughts? What do you think? Don't ask Pepto. Nobody ask Pepto. He's not allowed to be asked. A man named Richard became very upset when he and his wife had an argument because he told himself, people who really love each other shouldn't fight. Well, that's just unrealistic, Richard. What kind of survey could Richard conduct to find out how realistic this attitude is? Let's see. I suppose Richard could do a survey asking all his friends who are married and or in a relationship if they have arguments or fights and see how many of them say, never, Richard, never, never, Richard, you're the only dick here. Get it? No. Get it? Because Richard's name is Dick. It's clever. It's funny. Answer. I suggested he ask several happily married friends if they ever fought with their wives. He did so. He was surprised that nearly all of them reported that angry feelings and arguments were commonplace. Oh my God, all these people should not be married. Richard, you're going to have to become a divorce lawyer. Damn. The head of a prestigious law firm was constantly tense and pressured because he would tell himself, my associates will think less of me if I lose a case or make a mistake. Well, how could he conduct a survey to find out whether this is true? Well, I guess he'd have to go to all his colleagues and all the other lawyers and go, hey,
In your entire however many years of 5 to 40 credible years as a lawyer, have you ever once lost a case? Or have you ever made a mistake during a case? In paperwork? Mistake at work in general. Have you ever done it? What do you think his coworkers are going to say? I think not a single one's going to lose a case, and he really is the worst lawyer. The lawyer decided to ask his associates about this. Most of them said they would like him more, not less, if he lost a case, because it would make him seem more human. This was a tremendous relief. A year later, he actually did lose a case, the first in over a decade. At a social function at a statewide law organization, he told numerous friends and acquaintances that he just lost an important case. He was surprised that about half of the people were extremely friendly and supportive. The other half were uninterested in the case he lost, but seemed tremendously eager to talk about the cases they'd recently lost. It turned out to be the most rewarding meeting he'd ever attended. This helped him discover that it's okay to be human, that sometimes his failures could help him get closer to other people. He also admitted that his many impressive achievements had never really made him feel accepted or close to anyone. Sometimes the times that I have gotten closest to people is talking about all the stupid things that I've done, or all, like, I don't know if y'all have ever gotten together. It might be just like a girl thing, but if you talk about like all the gross exes that you've dated or all the toxic people you've dated, and then y'all are all like, oh my god, me too, bitch, I've had that same situation. Nothing brings you together than complaining about something that you can all complain about together. Everybody loves things, but also hating things brings people together. Admitting your faults is sometimes one of the best things that you could ever do. Because it does make you more human. It makes you more relatable. When people seem more human and more relatable, they seem like they're easier to talk to. And I always think like that's always a much, much better, more attainable and realistic goal than like trying to be perfect, even though I am also still a perfectionist. This is the thing that I have to remind myself is like, no one's actually perfect. As much as I could try, it's more enjoyable to try, like, to not worry about it. Okay, so ask people questions to find out if your thoughts and attitudes are realistic. Oh, here. I was gonna spell example with an E. A. Okay, example. If you believe that public speaking anxiety. Oops, I always hit my pen button. If you believe that public speaking anxiety. Oh my god, why can't I spell all of a sudden? Anxiety is abnormal. Oh, what does that fucking say? Abnor. Why? Why? Ab. Why can't I do M's all of a sudden? It'll just do. Example, if you believe that public speaking anxiety is abnormal and shameful, ask, like, how many people are actually scared? Like, if you're listening to your Mental Monday is a big help, thank you. You're very welcome, soul. I love you. I'm glad it's helping. Like, for real chat, how many of you in chat legitimately, like, hate public speaking? Like, if you never had to speak in public ever again, like, how fast would you smack that button? Ask several friends. Oops. Ask several friends if they ever. I hate public speaking so much. I can do it, but that doesn't mean that I enjoy it. For real, I'm the same way, Webby. Like, I've always been able to, like, perform technically, quote unquote, in some way, but it never makes it, like, easier. Like, I still get, like, anxious and sweaty, even though, like, I know I can do it, and I'm like, I get off the stage and I'm like, whew, that was nothing, but, like, still makes me feel like I'm gonna shit my pants every time. If they ever felt nervous before they gave a talk. Like, there are some times that I fucking still get nervous before stream. I'm like, oh man, stream's gonna be like a big, I don't know, like a big thing today. Sometimes your anxiety just gets like, sometimes you do the same job every single day, and then one day your brain's like, oh, this is the day where you can't do the job. And you're like, sure, okay, it sounds legit. I believe you. I believe you. Seems legit. I've done it for like however long, but this is the day you tell me I can't do it, and it feels like you're right. Okay. Number 7. Define terms. When you have a negative thought, ask yourself, how am I defining this term? What do I mean by this? Am I using vague, pejorative? What the fuck does that mean? Sorry, give me a second. Is this like a misspelling? How is P... Pet... Oh my god, now I can't even... Pejor? Pejorative. Huh. I know I've read this book before, but I still have like no recollection of this word. Pejorative. 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 Expressing contempt or disapproval. Permissiveness is used almost universally as a pejorative term. Disparaging, derogatory, deprecatory, defamatory, slanderous, libellous, abusive, insulting, slighting, vituperative, that's another one too that I've never heard of, disapproving, contemptuous, bitchy, invective, Contumelious? How do you fucking say this one? Contumelious. She's a cunt. No, I'm just kidding. Contumelious. Okay, pejorative. A word expressing contempt or disapproval. Cool. Cool. I have no idea how to use that word still. Okay. Am I using vague, pejorative labels that have no real meaning? This method is usually helpful if you're putting yourself down as a failure or a loser or a jerk or a fool. Once you try to define what you mean by loser, jerk, or fool, you will usually see that your definition is meaningless or that it doesn't apply to you. Since there really is no such thing as a loser or a jerk or a fool, then you cannot possibly be one. Here's how it works. You feel embarrassed about something and you think, fuck, I'm such a fool. Now ask yourself, what's the definition of a fool? You might define a fool as someone who does something foolish. But according to this definition, we're all fools because we all do something foolish at some point or other in our lives. Unless you concede that every single human being is a fool, your definition can't be valid. And if you feel that all human beings are fools, then it can't be so terrible for you to be one as well, since you're no different from anyone else. Try again. You might define a fool as someone who does foolish things more often than other people. Now ask yourself what this means. More often than whom? More often than how many other people? You might say that a fool is one who does foolish things more often than half of the human race. But now you're in an awkward position of claiming that half of the human race, or 2 billion people, are fools. In addition, you're now categorizing all people as either fools or not fools. Can you imagine walking down a crowded Downton downtown sidewalk at lunch hour and trying to figure out which of the people you see are the fools and which are not fools? Can you
Downton Abbey, baby.
Can you imagine walking down Downton Abbey? Fuck. You can go on trying to define a fool, but your definition will always turn into nonsense. That's because foolish behavior exists, but fools do not. Only human being exists. The fuck is wrong with me?
Would you like to date your cousin?
Okay. Only human beings exist. Is this just semantics? A trick of words? No, it's not. Labels like fool, loser, winner, jerk, or inferior person are useless abstractions. It is far more productive to focus on what you do and what you can do to learn and grow than what you are. If things don't work out well, ask yourself what you can do differently next time. Holy shit, dude. My brain shat itself at the end of that. Have you been down to Downton Abbey?
You have a hot cousin you'd like to date.
This is your cousin. You can marry him. That's hot.
Hot cousins are hot. Oh my George.
Downton Abbey is a really good show, other than everyone kind of marrying and fucking their cousin. Other than that, it's really good. When you label, is my brain, am I having a stroke right now? What the fuck? What does a stroke feel like? I feel like this is it. When you label yourself... What?
You smell burnt toast? I heard you smell burnt toast before you stroke.
No.
Personally, before I stroke, I turn on a little Shakira.
Shakira. Hey baby, when you dance like that, you make a woman go mad. To be one, to feel one, reading the signs of my body. And I
See your body moving and it's driving me crazy. And I don't have the slightest idea.
First time I little boner.
Something
What's
feel me,
happening?
feel me.
Why
Ah,
I know Shakira is hot.
ah. I can't do it. Only Shakira can do it. Yourself inferior or fool or loser. Loser. Ask, what would Ace Ventura do? No. What is the definition? Is the definition. How do you spell definition? I gotta look back at this. What defini? N-I. DEFINININITINON. Definition of blank. You will feel better. A bit of butter will make you better. You will feel better when you see. You will feel better when. The fuck did I just say? When you see that there is no such thing. That there is no such thing as a fool of a talk or a loser. Loser. God, now I want to watch Ace Ventura. Ace Ventura. Ace Ventura. 8. The semantic method. Oh, it's just semantics, they say. It's just a bit of semantics. The semantics method. No, semantic method. Fuck, don't hit that again. Semantic method. Semantic method. Semantic method. I'm gonna make meth in Schedule 1 and call it semantic. Stupid. Dumb. Okay. Semantic method. Number 8. When you feel upset, ask yourself if you're telling yourself, I should do this, or I shouldn't do that. The semantic method is an effective way to combat should statements. Substitute a phrase like, it would be nice, or it would be preferable in place of I should, instead of saying, fuck, I should go on a diet. You could tell yourself that there would be some advantages in dieting. This change may seem subtle. We're trying to change the emotional coloring so a problem will seem less upsetting and less catastrophic. You stop making rigid, coercive demands on yourself and focus instead on your goals. This sounds less bossy and less judgmental. You might be interested to know that the word should traces to its origin in the Anglo-Saxon word skjold. SCEOLDE. Skjold. I think it's skjold. That's probably how you pronounce it. Because you say should, so skjold. The purpose of the semantic method is to help you stop scolding yourself. If you motivate yourself with a carrot rather than a stick, you won't feel so guilty and so coerced. Facts. I am a reward-based person. If you challenge me with punishment, I will challenge you twice as hard. If you reward me, I will actually do what you want. There's a big difference. When you punish yourself with should statements, you will frequently just run into resistance because you feel rebellious. That's right. I'm a fucking rebel. I'm a rebel, baby. If you feel anxious about public speaking or being at social gatherings, you may tell yourself, I shouldn't feel this way. Can you see why this is self-defeating? It's self-defeating because it will make you feel worse. You'll feel guilty and anxious about feeling anxious. Motherfuck.
Come on.
What could you tell yourself instead of, I shouldn't feel anxious? If you're saying, I shouldn't feel anxious, what could we say instead? I shouldn't feel anxious. What could we tell ourselves instead? I shouldn't feel anxious. Something that I try to do when I feel anxious is I should probably fact check this, but I read something somewhere a long time ago that anxiety and excitement are like technically the same chemical in your brain. So half the time if you're feeling anxious, you can psych yourself out of being anxious by telling yourself that you're excited. So something that I try to do anytime I am anxious, I go, other than saying I shouldn't feel anxious, I go, I may feel anxious, but I am also very excited. And generally that works. It doesn't work all the time, but it works. And if that doesn't work, then I would also say it's okay to be anxious. Just try to have fun. I don't fault myself for having, feeling certain things anymore. Because there's generally a reason that you have those feelings. And as much as you, want to discount your distorted thoughts, you still want to be able to trust your gut feelings and your sense and stuff like that. So sometimes, there is a reason that you're feeling anxious, and maybe that is a good sign that you shouldn't go to the party tonight or something. Or maybe it's just you are feeling anxious and it's okay to feel anxious, but you can still go because everybody feels anxious sometimes. Okay, so answer. You could tell yourself that it would be preferable not to feel so anxious before a speech. You could also remind yourself that most people do have this problem. You will learn a great deal about how to cope with public speaking anxiety in Chapter 15. So far, we've talked about self-shoulds, should statements directed against yourselves. Other shoulds are directed against external events, like trains that arrive late or people who do something you don't like. Other shoulds lead to anger and frustration. If your train is late, you may think, it should be on time. Then you will feel exasperated. Ask yourself if you want to feel this way. There are times when anger is healthy, but is this one of them? Will you do yourself any good if you work yourself into a stew? Ugh, I don't know. Is it good? I think I'd make a really good stew. Will the train arrive any sooner? How could you use the semantic method to talk about this negative thought? So, the semantic thought of the train should be on time, it shouldn't be late. The train
shouldn't be late. / the train should be here. Something you could tell yourself instead of the train should be here is next time I will leave early in case something happens again. Or I don't know. You shouldn't like I hate traffic just as much as every other person, but like you can't really expect, especially like the bus or transit, like that shit's never on time. You can't really expect that stuff to like go well. So like it is unrealistic to expect everything to run on schedule. I know that makes it stressful because like I've been in a lot of jobs that like the person's like, oh, you're 5 minutes late, and it's just like, fuck off, dude. Like, fuck. Answer. Instead of demanding perfection from the world, you could say, it would be great if this train were on time, but it's late. That's inconvenient, but I'll survive. Next time, I'll take an earlier train so I won't feel pressured. Oh, I like that one. I like that. Because, like, it would be great if this train were on time, but it's late. So it's like saying what you would want to happen, accepting the truth of it all. That's inconvenient, but I'll survive. That's like accepting your feelings, but also still being realistic about everything. And then being more realistic, which is like, I'll take an earlier train next time. That's really good. I like that a lot. After giving a lecture on my book, Feeling Good, I spoke with a woman who described her recent vacation to Hawaii with her family. Oh, I think we're about to get ads. And I do have to pee. Okay. I'll read this example after ads. And we'll go to be right back screen. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, okay, we are back. Thank you so much for being so patient. I appreciate it. I went to the bathroom and then I went to do a dab and then the dab. Ouch!
Oh no.
Oh, I'm so sorry if that was loud for you.
You okay?
Yeah, I hit my fucking funny bone on my microphone.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, fuck, did that sound funny? Did you hear like a little giggle when my elbow hit it? Did it go, fuck. God, dude, what the fuck? I always hit my other elbow. That's cooked. That's not funny. Heck. All right. I had turned my light on. Here, I should actually recalibrate since the lighting is different again. My poor webcam. One day I'll buy a used iPhone and we'll have I don't know, maybe better tracking. We'll never know. All right. After giving a lecture on my book, Feeling Good, I spoke with a woman who described her recent vacation to Hawaii with her family. When they arrived, she discovered that the airline had lost all their luggage. She had spent so much time carefully buying and packing all the right clothes so they would have a perfect vacation. To make matters worse, their luggage wasn't even located until the last day of their vacation. How would you have felt? You might have told yourself, this shouldn't have happened. Then you would feel miserable. Would you want to feel that way while you were in Hawaii? She said they made the conscious decision not to get upset. Instead, they viewed the situation as a challenge. They made a game of it to see how much fun they could have without their luggage. She said they had more fun on any vacation than they'd ever had. That's cute. I like that. Okay. Sure. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. We'll back over here. The semantic method. Simply substitute language. I am spelling that. Substitute language. Gosh, maybe I shouldn't have done that, Dad. maybe I shouldn't have done that last step. Substitute language that is less colorful. That is less colorful. That is less colorful and emotionally loaded. And emotionally loaded like my potatoes. This method is helpful for should statements. I'm gonna sneeze any second now. Feel the tingle in my nose. Oh, I called it out and it disappeared. Little bitch ran away. Instead of telling yourself, I shouldn't have made that mistake. Shouldn't have made that mistake. You can say, it would be better It would be better if I hadn't made that mistake. Words are dumb, but they are important. Stupidly important. Okay. 9. Second from last. Reattribution. Sometimes you spec wrong, and you gotta respec. Fuck, the first time I played Fallout 4, I thought you had to finish, like, the whole top row before you could, like, spec down. So it wasn't until I was, like, halfway through the game, like, already almost, like, level 40,
that I've basically almost unlocked the entire top row, that I finally realized that, like, you could have put your points anywhere. It's like a whole open fucking thing. You could have fucking started anywhere. I could have put them on the very bottom if I fucking wanted. There's only some that are locked behind certain skills. I was just being a dumbass. I was being unknowledgeable. Reattribution. One of the most common cognitive distortions is called personalization or self-blame. You put yourself down and blame yourself for a problem you aren't entirely responsible for. One antidote to personalization is reattribution. You attribute the cause of a problem to something other than your badness. Ask yourself, what other factors may have contributed to this problem? Then develop a list of possibilities. The aim of the procedure is not to deny any mistakes you may have made, but to assess the cause of a problem more objectively. If you contributed to the situation, accept this and try to learn from the experience instead of wallowing in self-loathing. A man named Frank became depressed when his wife began to lose interest in sex. They had intercourse less frequently, and sometimes she just seemed to be staring at the ceiling, waiting for Frank to finish. Frank's automatic thoughts were, she doesn't love me, she's rejecting me, I must not be worth anything. Excuse me. What are the common distortions in these thoughts? Shucks, we might have to make another. I made this one too big. We could have fit, I think, all of these on one sheet. We'll make a second one anyways, though. It's not a big deal. Okay, so. His thoughts are, she doesn't love me. Love me, say that you love me. She's rejecting me. Ouch. I must not be worth anything. What are the common distortions in this? Does anybody have any guesses? She doesn't love me. She's rejecting me. I must not be worth anything. Sounds a lot like all or nothing. Probably overgeneralization as well. Overgen. Mental filter. Probably some mental filter. Mental filter. This is definitely emotional reasoning. It's like feeling rejected. Therefore, he's like all these bad things. Jumping to conclusions. And then also I feel like he's blaming himself automatically. He's kind of just assuming that it's him when it couldn't be anything to do with him at all. Kind of jumping to conclusions there, buddy. Okay. One distortion is personalization. Frank is blaming himself entirely for his wife's sexual problem. A second is mind reading. He assumes that she doesn't love him. A third is all or nothing thinking as he tells himself he's worthless. To talk back to these thoughts, Frank can use the reattribution method. He needs to explore other causes of his wife's loss of sexual interest.
Are there any other possible reasons? Even if you're not a marriage therapist, I suspect you can come up with a few ideas.
Oh, there's so many ideas for her. I don't know, Frank's older, so she could be hitting the menopause. So, not even menopause, it's just like fucking chemical imbalance, new meds. Balance, new meds. Maybe she's really stressed. Maybe she's just like bad at giving her orgasms, you know? He's not attentive. Maybe he is the problem. Maybe he's just not attentive. Thank you for holding me. Oh, care package. Fuck, maybe she's prego. Maybe she wants to make pasta. Thank you, Drake. I appreciate you. There's so many fucking reasons for Frank. Answer. There are many possibilities. She might be angry with him about something. If they have trouble dealing openly with negative feelings, so many couples do, then these feelings could easily get expressed as a lack of sexual interest. This would not mean that she didn't love Frank or that Frank was worthless. It would simply mean that they needed to talk about their angry feelings. There are other possibilities. Frank's wife could have an infection that causes pain during intercourse. She could have religion inhibitions that make it hard for her to enjoy sex. She could feel that Frank's lovemaking is too rushed, but may be afraid to talk to him about what she likes and dislikes sexually because she doesn't want to hurt his feelings. She might also be depressed. A loss of interest in sex is a common symptom of depression. Once Frank finds out what the cause of the problem is, he will be able to deal with it more effectively. Frank asked his wife to join us during his session, and it turned out that she did have some pent-up anger that was making it hard for her to feel sexually excited. Frank also felt angry and rejected. After they shared those feelings, they began to feel much better about each other, and her sexual interest returned.
Oh, that's wholesome.
Yeah, you bitch.
Wait, what's that sound called for?
You called her a bitch.
What are you calling her?
You bitch.
Wasn't the key?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Reattribution.
Retribution.
Instead of automatically, assuming that you are bad. 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 And blaming yourself entirely for the problem. Think about the many factors. Think about the many factors. No, just you. Just sorry, keep singing it. Sorry, keep singing it.
Bad for the bone.
Think about the many factors. Bring that over there. It's loud over here. You're such a fuck. Well, you always gotta use my desk for things when I'm streaming. The mic sits on the desk. Son of a bitch. Yeah, you are.
Bad
Does anyone have like a freaking dog that just sometimes you just want to tell them to lay down and they refuse to?
You're gonna say beat when I say.
No. Does anyone have a roommate they want to beat up? No, I'm just kidding.
Have you ever had a roommate whose food you wanted to poison because you're the only source of her food? It'd be easy to poison.
Whoa.
Just kidding.
Excessive.
I'd never taint food.
Excessive. Kind of suspicious. Y'all, if I disappear... Bro, trash! You fucking asshole! Who are you, fucking Boilfoot?
Sounds cool.
Sounds really gross.
Yeah, Roadrat sounds more bad.
Yeah, he sounds more badass than yours, buddy.
Well, Boilfoot.
Gross, okay, stop saying it. I regret saying it. I regret putting it in your head. Think about the... I'm gonna make you choke. Think about the many factors that may... What was that goofy ass laugh? Woo! You're so cooked, buddy. What the fuck? The many factors that may have fuck's sakes contributed to it. Focus on solving the problem. Focus on solving the problem. Big brain mode.
And what's the problem? This bone is bad.
You are the problem.
I got a bad bone.
You are the bad bone.
Bad.
Focus on solving the problem. How do we solve Peppo?
What the fuck? Rude.
I feel like tying him up in the corner.
Kind of hot.
Give him a bone and put him in the corner. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Focus on solving the problem instead of using up all your energy. Blaming yourself. And oh god, I'm starting to dig my hands into my palm. Blaming yourself.
Good bone.
You're so fucking cooked. Bad to the bone. Cost number 10, the last one. Cost benefit analysis. All of a sudden, we're doing statistics. Analytics. What the fuck? Why did I write analytics? Analysis. We're doing analytics. Analytics. I made a new fucking thing. Analytics.
To the bone.
To the bone. Analytics to the bone. Okay. Cost benefit analysis.
The cost-benefit analysis is quite different from other cognitive techniques because it deals with your negative thoughts from the perspective of motivation rather than truth. Ask yourself, how will it help me to believe this negative thought, and how will it hurt me? If it turns out the disadvantages are greater, you will find it easier to talk back to the thought. You can use the blank cost-effective analysis form when you do this. I recently treated a high school teacher named Chuck, who didn't get very high ratings from his students or from the principal. In addition to his career problems, Chuck had suffered from depression and feelings of inferiority since childhood. One of his recurring negative thoughts was, I'm an inadequate, defective human being. He had this thought many times every single day, and whenever it crossed his mind, he felt intense self-loathing. However, Chuck wasn't able to talk back to his negative thought. He believed that he really was an inadequate, defective human being because he's been chronically depressed. He had no self-esteem. He was below par in his teaching skills. He had few friends. He didn't get along well with his family. He felt shy and uncomfortable around women. He'd never accomplished anything special that he could feel proud of. I tried in vain to persuade Chuck that he was not an inadequate, defective human being. Chuck insisted that he Chuck insisted that he was facing the bitter truth about himself and urged me to give up on him. After months of being stuck on this issue, a light bulb went on in my head one evening when I was thinking about him. I called him the next morning and said that I wanted him to make one list of the advantages and disadvantages of calling himself an inadequate, defective human being, and a second list of the advantages and disadvantages of thinking of himself as a human being with defects. He agreed. When I saw Chuck several days later, his depression had vanished. Chuck said that what I'd been driving at suddenly became clear. To him, and the real problem, he explained, was not that he was defective at the core, but he had defects just like everyone else and that he could work on them. He said he could work on becoming a more effective teacher and he could learn to relate to people better. He said that although this difference in his thinking seemed small, the impact on his self-esteem was profound because he viewed himself more positively and realistically. In the next few weeks, Chuck started dating and making all kinds of changes in his life. He was surprised to discover that the moment he felt better about himself, everyone else started liking him as well. Women were suddenly attracted to him, and his colleagues and students began to treat him with greater respect. Although this seems like a miracle, I see similar changes in my office every week. Self-esteem is one of the most powerful forces in the universe. Self-esteem leads to joy, to productivity, to intimacy. That's why I advocate a value system that promotes self-esteem. Self-esteem is like faith. It can move mountains.
Can't have guys hitting on me.
The cost analysis has many useful applications. You can use it to evaluate the advantages and disadvantages of negative emotions, negative thoughts, and self-defeating beliefs. Negative feelings. When you feel angry, anxious, or guilty, you can ask yourself, how will it help me and how will it hurt me to feel this way? When the disadvantages outweigh the advantages, it will be far easier to change your feelings with the mood log. Automatic thoughts. When you have a thought such as, I'm such a loser, or I shouldn't be so upset, make a list of the advantages and disadvantages of giving yourself this message. Self-defeating attitudes. In the next chapter, you will learn that certain self-defeating attitudes can trigger painful mood swings. An example would be, I must always try to be perfect, or I must always try to get everybody's approval. You can ask yourself, how will it help me and how will it hurt me to believe these things? As in the example on page 116, which will be next page, when the disadvantages of an attitude are greater than the advantages, try to revise it with a belief that will be more realistic. You may feel a little overwhelmed and wonder,
when and how to use each of these techniques. In fact, you can use almost any technique for automatic thought. Be flexible and creative. Try a variety of methods until you find a way to put the lie to each negative thought. Sometimes this will be easy, and sometimes it will require persistence. The summary on the next page will help you identify the methods that are most likely to help. So we're going to do an example. We'll write the cost-benefit analysis up thing here. So list advantages and the disadvantages of a feeling or thought here, we'll do this. Feeling, thought. Let me drink some water. Or behavior. Okay, so list advantages and disadvantages of a feeling, thought, or a behavior pattern. You can also use it to modify a self-defeating belief. Oops. Okay. So this, we'll write a little example of the cost-benefit analysis thing here. So cost benefit analysis. So this is attitude or belief I want to change. And that's what you'd put here, right? Oh gosh, that's not straight at all. This is what you put here. And then you'd want to have advantages of believing okay, and then disadvantages of believing Let me see. Okay. And then, like, this is percentage. So, like, this is the ideals and beliefs. This is the percentage, and then revised attitude. If we go back over here, they give us an example that we can do. Okay. Ignore the fact that I'm filling out the bottom first. It was just easier to fill it out that way first. Okay, so advance, advantages, disadvantages. The example that we have here is attitude, belief is I must have everybody's approval. I must. Oh gosh, that's. I must. I must have everybody's. Oh gosh, I keep hitting that button. Everybody's approval to be happy and worthwhile. Okay, so what are the advantages and disadvantages of this thought? Advantages, well, it'll feel good when people approve of me. Who doesn't like people approving of them? It'll feel good when people approve of me. But also on the other side, it feels really lousy if people don't approve of me. If people don't approve of me. Dang, two sides of a coin. Okay, well, what's another advantage of having everybody's approval to help me be happy? Well, an advantage is, I guess, I'll work hard. I'll work hard for people to like me. You know, I'll go out of my way to make people like me. I'll work super hard. I'll work hard for people to like me. Oops. People like hard workers. It's like a win-win, right? Or is it? Because if I'm always working hard to make people like me, won't other people kind of control my self-esteem? That probably doesn't sound really good. probably not the best, but it's not like the worst either. If I'm constantly going out of my way to work hard to make people like me, means I'll like pay attention to people. So I'll be sensitive to their feelings. I'll be empathetic. I'll be sensitive, empathetic to their feelings. That's a positive, right? People like when you care about them. Feels really good. But if I'm kind of always going out of my way to please people, am I really like standing up for what I really want? Is if I'm like kind of agreeing with people, so maybe people won't respect me because I don't really stand up for my belief because I'm always like people pleasing, you know? So maybe people well, maybe people won't respect, but people may not respect me. If I don't stand up for my beliefs. Is there any, let's see what else they got. I may be less sensitive to other people because also I'll be so, okay, so either I'll be more sensitive or I may be less sensitive because I'm so worried. So worried I may be less sensitive. Thank you for your care package, Webby. I may be less sensitive. To other people. Because I'll be so worried about criticism. Or conflict. And this person said that their disadvantages outweighed their advantages. And their revised attitude is it can be great to have people like me and approve of what I do. When people are critical of me, I can try to understand their point of view. So instead of having everybody's approval to be happy and worthwhile, they changed, you know what? It's pretty cool that people like what I do, but if they don't like what I do, maybe I'll look into it. Because not everybody has to like me, but I can control like what I do, you know? So
Boo.
it can be great to have people like
Good game, but in
me.
response, fuck yourself.
And approve of what I do. Dyla. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. When people are critical of me, of me. Ooh, baby, that's a crit. I can try to understand your point of view. Okay. So, you may be wondering when you should use each of the various techniques. So these are 10 ways to unfuck yourself. You may be wondering when you should use each of these various techniques. I believe that you should always identify the distortions first. You will discover that certain techniques work especially well for particular kinds of distortions. For example, if the distortion in your negative thoughts is all or nothing thinking, the method called thinking in shades of gray is likely to help. If your negative thought is a should statement, the semantic method will nearly always work well. If you're involved in emotional reasoning, you may find it helpful to examine the evidence, or you could use the experimental technique. Remember that any cognitive technique can usually be used with any negative thought, so don't be rigid in trying to match specific techniques to specific distortions. Also, keep in mind that a method that works wonders for one negative thought may not be all it helpful for another. Determination and patience are crucial. If you keep at it, you will succeed. When in doubt, learn to love things about yourself, and if people love you for you, then they really love you. But if people wish for you to change for them, then they don't deserve you. That's freaking right, Lucy. Preach. Preach, my puppy. I once treated a woman who had the thought, I deserve to suffer for the rest of my life because of my abortion. She had had an abortion 2 years earlier, and she felt enormously guilty. She told herself she was despicable and berated herself mercilessly all day long. I tried numerous methods to help her talk back to this thought, but none of them worked. She said she deserved to suffer and insisted that her problems were hopeless. She worked on her need to condemn herself for many months with no success. Eventually, I asked her husband to join us for couples therapy sessions. Once they started to feel closer, she was able to forgive herself. After she let go of the guilt and the self-hatred, her depression disappeared. I still hear from her occasionally. She's had 2 more children and feels an immense joy in living. I tell you this story because it illustrates the importance of patience and persistence. You may have to be creative and try many ways of challenging the negative thoughts that make you miserable. One of the great strengths of cognitive therapy is its enormous flexibility. Eventually, you will learn to talk back to your self-criticisms. When you do, you'll experience a profound transformation in your spirit and in your outlook on life. What? All right, so that's the end of chapter 6. Chapter 6, complete. All right.
Good job. Proud of you. Well, hey,
Whoa.
Siri. Good job.
Good job, buddy. Good job, buddy. You good job, buddy. No, you. Good job, buddy.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And we say thanks for you doing a good job.
Yeah, well, you good job.
No, you already.
I raise your good job and give you a good job.
Good job, you tested papers whenever you.
Good job, buddy. Good job, buddy. Okay. I know we said we were gonna do mouse tuber things, and I also know that I was late to stream. On top of that as well. But I'm EP. I'm an EP beam. And if it's okay with y'all, I think I'm just gonna have a small little Mental Monday stream, and then usually we do like a little gaming sesh after, but
I think this one's a good spot to end. So thank you so much for coming and going. I appreciate you all being here. It really warms my heart that I've also been told that that y'all really enjoy these. I get really, really in my head sometimes, so I really appreciate anybody who goes out of their way to tell me that they especially enjoy my Mental Monday streams.
I love you the
Because as much as I'm like, oh yeah, this is good shit, it is also very, very anxiety inducing. Talking about mental health stuff. And having me yap for like 3-4 hours straight with not too much chat interaction can be like kind of scary. So it's really good to get like that reassurance back, and I want to let y'all know that y'all who have reached out to me or said something, or rather it's not gone unheard, and I really appreciate it, and I hope it's helping y'all, because there's a lot of stuff that I learned that I really wish I was taught or learned a lot sooner in life, because I don't know. There's like some shit where everyone's like, school teaches you things, and I'm like, yeah, but they don't really teach you everything they should. Victor, hello, sweetness. I'm so sorry. I know I usually go for 2 hours. I'm so glad you at least got here so I could say hello and goodbye. I hope you and your buns have been doing so heckin' well, staying warm. I don't know if the weather has gotten any warmer. I hope it has. But I will be back, not tomorrow, just because my fam jam's coming to visit me tomorrow. Wednesday's still my day off, but we will be back Thursday. And then we'll just chill. We'll just hang out. Sorry that canceled stuff got like our schedule got canceled like last second. It's a little scuffy. I apologize for that. But you gotta do what you gotta do. And don't worry, I'll be back before you heckin' know it. You got sick? Oh, good thing you have sweet potato. I love sweet potato so much. Thank goodness for them. I hope you get better, feeling better soon. Get lots of rest, drink lots of water, stay hydrated, eat good snacks. Take care of yourself. This is a med reminder for everybody. Speaking of, I have to grab a snack so I can take my evening meds. And then I'll try to be somewhat, if I have the energy and stuff, I'll try to be in the Discord tomorrow. But yeah, thank you again for tonight. Let's see who's on. Let's see who we got on right now. We got raid friends. I know we got friends to raid. Mondays are usually busy days. Let's see here. We have someone playing. Yeah, I was about to say Coach. Coach is playing Sonic. Crunchy's doing ASMR. Franny is doing tabletop cyberpunk. Warg is doing more Gunpla. Who else we got online? Any of those options jump out at anybody? Or I might just end up, excuse me, rating Coach, because Coach is my goober. My gooner goober. My gooner My gooner in chains. You want Franny? Little Miss Franners? Little Miss Meester? Mr. How, what is like the they them option of Miss and Mr.? Is there a they them option of Mr.? Honestly, no. I never thought about it until this minute. So I was trying to say Mr. Trying to like combine them. Anyways, we will raid into thy Franerson. Yeah, I just called him Mr. Miss. Yeah, I was like, it's probably like something. I just like my brain's like call him doctor. Let's go straight past it all and go doctor. Hey doctor. Thank you again for being here. Please copy and paste the raid message if you got it. We have the subbed emotes and the free emotes. Spread your love. Again, Franny's playing some tabletop cyberpunk red. Looks real snazzy, looks really fun. Please give them all the love. They are so heckin' wonderful. Little goober. Much adore. Thank you again for being here, everybody. I'll see you Thursday. And maybe we'll hang out in the Discord or something. Good night. Mwah! Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.